What kind of ending was that? Absolutely nothing got resolved. Eventually, with further thought, you'll come to appreciate the thematic elements and the contribution to the narrative convention. But as of right now, you need to understand what happened to Dejan. What about Rosenkanaya, their marriage? What about Teresi and Vriska? Gonna have some words with someone. You blink a few times, coming out of the little computer room, trying to readjust the dim parlor after staring at the screen for way too long. Doc Scratch, where is that creepy round motherfucker? You sure got his number now. You know about all he ruined the lives of the 8 human kids and the 12 trolls. I played everyone, including you. At the very least, he owes you a satisfying conclusion to this story. You march confidently down the hall in the direction of the sudden ruckus. Turning the corner, you see 2 figures. One is definitely Doc Scratch. The other is a dark silhouette in a fashionable hat and coat. While you watch, the latter begins to hit the former with a cane. Oh, goddammit, you know what's happening. You know some lore. You need to get out of here before this place goes up in flames. Survive now, yell about unsatisfactory narratives later. With that in mind, you leave behind this ridiculous altercation, trampling a pile of notes and photographs underfoot as you make run for the fenestrated wall. See you, suckers. You sail feet first, bracing for the smell of overturned earth and the sight of the twin Alternian moons. It's going to be good to see your friends again, especially now that you're armed with all this canon knowledge. But what surrounds you is not Fozer's corpse field. It's a whole lot of nothing. Are you lost between worlds or something? Wait, no, you see a glimmer in the distance. A bright white light. Swallowing down the surge of panic, you move towards it. The light coalesces into the form of a small symbolic house. You recognize this house. You wonder if you can just sort of... Oh, okay, well, you did that. A barrage of images hit you. Broken, chaotic flashes too fractured to make sense of. You just stuck your hand into the most powerful item in the whole of this narrative, and your body is not taking it well. Bright, sizzling pain hits the nerve center of your brain and radiates out into your extremities. Wow, you are a moron. You aren't a comic character. You aren't meant for this sort of metatextual energy. It hurts, it burns, it unravels you from the inside out, and then everything goes black. No, goes white. What a lovely morning! The air is fresh and crisp. It's an early spring, probably. You find yourself on the sidewalk in a suburban neighborhood, facing a neat, friendly house. A neat, friendly boy stands at the window on the second floor, looking down at you. At least you hope he's friendly. Man, you would really love to be his friend. At first you think the boy is looking at you, but instead he appears to be looking at the mailbox, which is stuffed so full that the door is half open. Looks like someone crammed a whole box in there. Helpfully, you pull it out, along with a couple of coupons and envelopes stamped with a green symbol. You go to give the boy a thumbs up, but he is no longer at the window. Memory prickles at the corners of your awareness. You feel like you've maybe done this before. While you're standing there ruminating, a car pulls up. The driver is wearing a hat and a suit, and is probably the owner of this house and the father of that friendly boy. Oh shit. You're just standing out here with all the mail. He's going to think you're trying to rob the place. Not wanting to behave like a complete buffoon and draw attention to yourself, you just hide all of the mail stuff behind your back. There's a bunch of envelopes though, and the box is bulky, so all of it sort of slithers from your grasp like a bunch of dead snakes. The distinguished man in his flawless suit looks at you from across the yard. You can't see his eyes under the brim of his hat, but you are absolutely sure he is giving you a look of intense fatherly disapproval. A bolt of shame goes through you. Wow, this guy is good. He's not even your dad, and you are just losing it under his disapproval. You expect him to start shouting or calling the cops. You are so obviously stealing his mail. But instead, he just keeps looking at you. Does he know you? Is he someone you should remember? Or is it just the platonic ideal of dadliness that crosses time and space, eternal in all iterations of reality? That sounds like some bullshit, though. Slowly, the distinguished man shakes his head. He goes inside. You can't quite put your finger on why, but you know you have been summarily dismissed. Okay, I apparently failed. Guess we should probably hide the evidence then. Quick as you can, you turn around and dump everything into the sewer. Whatever. It was probably all garbage anyway. Who even uses their mailbox these days? The friendly and fatherly figure parks his car, climbs out, and tips his hat at you. Then he walks into the house, not sensing a single thing amiss. The perfect crime. Oh, but here comes the boy out the front door. God, you hope he wasn't coming down for the mail. A residential boy approaches. Wait a minute. This is not the same boy you saw peeking through the window. It possibly is not a boy at all. It appears to be a mysterious gentleman. You wonder what business this fine upstanding neighborhood gentleman would have of you.
Hey, I saw you standing out here messing with the mailbox. I figured you might be the mailman? Even though you're not wearing a mailman outfit.
Oh yeah, that's you. You're definitely the mailman. Your outfit is, it's in the laundry today. You're just wearing your mailman hoodie instead. See this symbol? It's the symbol of, mail. Nothing stops the mail.
Ha! That's great. Is this true after all, that mailmen are completely relentless in their quest to deliver people's mail? You guys are incredible. Speaking of mail, do you know if I got any today? Damn overlay off. How many fucking times do I need to turn that overlay off? I do not want it popping up in my games. It's the most annoying feature on Steam. I don't like shit in the corner of my screen. What? No. What red package? You haven't seen anything like that. No bills, junk mail, nothing at all. The mailbox was completely empty when you looked inside.
Well, I didn't say anything about a red package. Should I be expecting one? Come to think of it, it's my birthday, so getting a package in the mail would make sense. And if it's red, then it probably means it's from Dave. He loves red because I guess it's cool. Oh man, I wonder what he got me.
Nothing. He got you nothing. You say, isn't he listening? This Dave fellow probably forgot his birthday due to being a bad friend, and that's why there's no package, red or otherwise.
What?
Oh, just kidding, you say. You're sure Dave is a great friend who cares about this kid a lot. His present is probably just late, and definitely not slowly sinking in the subterranean river of shit right now.
It's not... What? That's a strange thing to say. Are you sure you don't know more about Dave's present than you're telling me? No, you say. Absolutely not. Actually, he should forget what you said about the present being late. He should not be expecting a red package. Not now or ever. He should trust you because all mailmen know everything about the mail. Dang, so nothing else? Huh? You said the box was empty? I don't think I understand. Isn't that how it always is when you deliver mail? I mean, you're the guy who's supposed to put stuff in there. Yes, that's right. You're the mailman, the absolute authority over all mail, which means your word must be accepted without question. When it comes to the mail, he didn't get it today. You double-checked and everything. You looked thoroughly through your mailbag for anything with this kid's name on it, and came up empty. Sorry, dude. You have a mailbag? Where is it? Oh, that old thing? You accidentally dropped it in the sewer before the boy came inside. Oh no, that sucks. All that mail, truly. Maybe I can help you fish it out. No, you mean, that's fine. Thanks for the offering. Fine young Samaritan. But, the government will handle this. There's, like, insurance and such for sewer-related postal mishaps. Oh yeah, that makes sense, but what if you missed something in there for me? Like a game envelope or such. Are you totally sure you didn't miss something? Yes, you're sure. You triple-checked and didn't see his name on anything. Besides, it's really rank down there. Very sewery. All of the mail has been befouled beyond any hope of salvaging it. Really, it's best not to bother even peeking inside. You're probably right, but... Hey, how do you know there wasn't any mail for me if you don't know my name? What? Oh, god damn it. Huh? Oh, you mean, of course you know his name. Mailmen are sort of like Santa Claus. They know the names of all good little boys on their delivery routes. Wait, okay, that sounded creepy. You really regret phrasing it like that. It was so completely unnecessary. You just know a lot of stuff as an important government official with lots of bureaucratic lists and shit. Fucking goddamn it. Turn this damn overlay off. God, I really fucking hate that. For instance, the name of this young man is... Damn! Why are you always painting yourself into corners like this? All you're trying to do is make a new friend, and you somehow manage to bullshit your way through the absolute most challenging version of this conversation possible. Okay, you can do this. This young man's name is... Wow, it really could be anything. He might as well have been given a random-ass name this very day, shortly before you arrived for all you know. You'll just have to go with your gut and feel it out. A new friendship is on the line. His name is... Steve... Wait. No, he's making a bad face. You're on the wrong track. Oh, he's perking up. This is good. No, bad face again. It's not Jimmy or Gilliam, and that's not even a name. Anyway, yes, he likes that John Rummy. Shit, he looks disgusted. Abort. John Rummy, you really can be quite a fucking idiot sometimes. Anderson, wait. He looked pleased for a minute, and it looked like he just sucked on a lemon. Jesus Christ, you're bad at this. You were close there, Jonder. Jonderbilt? Yikes. No, you got it. It's just John, of course. You don't know what you were even thinking. Yes, you do. Those were just goofs. You explained to John, mailmen love goofs. His name is John, you say confidently, as if you had it in the bag all along. Not the non-existent mail bag which you told him you dropped in the sewer. Your real bag where the good shit is, such as your incredible ability to guess someone's name in 5 or 6 tries. That's right! Ha, wow, I guess it's true then. Mailmen really do know practically everything. You smile. Finally, it feels like this friendship may be starting to click. It was rocky there for a while, as you had to spin an intricate, nearly flawless web of lies to smooth over the fact that you destroyed his cherished personal property. But you're pretty sure you're in the clear now, and you'll never have to justify yourself to him again. Well, as nice as it is to meet you, Mr. Mailman, to be honest, this just kind of sucks. I've been waiting for a really cool game to arrive in the mail, but it's been a few days already, and now I'm starting to think it got lost in the mail. It might just never come now, and I'm kind of bummed about it. I had some hope it would show up on my birthday as, like, a present from nobody, really. Just a present out of thin air, I guess. Like it was going to be destiny or something? Oh well, I guess magic really is as fake as all the scientists say it is. You nod along very wisely. Oh yes, you say. You can kiss that game goodbye. It definitely got lost in the mail, and it is never, ever going to be delivered. The Postmaster General just told you a few seconds ago. Through your wireless earpiece, which is hooked up to the U.S. parcel mainframe. You tell John he is right to disbelieve in magic. It's fake as shit. It's time for him to get used to the idea that he will never play this game. Whatever it was probably stupid anyway. Most games are. He should try to get used to whatever kind of life he is going to live from now on in the absence of this dumb video game. Yeah, you're right. I think I got too worked up about it. It probably does suck, actually. I think GameBro only gave it like 2 hats out of 5 hats. It might have been even less than that, actually. God, what a piece of shit it probably was. You know, I think I have to thank you, Mr. Mailman. You really opened my eyes today. I'm going to forget I ever heard of that dumb game, and just try to enjoy my life. Talk to my friends, hang out in my room, and... I don't know. Come to think of it, maybe I was looking forward to playing that game with my friends so much because I'm... lonely? I'm almost a little embarrassed to admit I don't actually have any real-life friends. Oh, this is it. This is your inn. This nice boy seems to be jonesing for friendship just as much as you are. And you've laid all the groundwork for becoming his best bro so expertly. You just need to slide right into his life with just a few more sympathetic remarks. You actually have a lot of experience with this by now. You've made so many friends in so many strange places and with such mixed results. Or you think you did. Actually, you can't conjure up any of their names or faces right now. It probably isn't important. Actually, let's never speak of that again. What matters most is you're here now, making a sweet new pal named John. You casually mention that this is the end of your mail route and you don't have much else going on in your life. Maybe you and he can hang out for a while. If he doesn't mind, that is. You want to hang out with me? Like, just a mailman and a 13-year-old boy. Just being buddies. You shrug a little as if you don't care much, but you really, really care. Normally I would say that sounds a little strange and maybe slightly inappropriate. But what do I know? If you were a normal-looking mailman, that would probably be a shitty idea. I'd get in trouble with my dad or the authorities or something. And probably so would you. But you seem different. Like maybe you aren't even a person? Just a kind of weird, harmless-looking guy? Like an alien, but not really. You don't really know what to say to any of this. Oh man, I'm being so fucking rude. I'm sorry. Yeah, of course we can hang out. But maybe we should, keep this sort of a secret from my dad. I don't know if he would approve of me bringing a stranger into the house, even if you are very nice and sincerely concerned about my mail problems. That sounds fine with you? Now that you think about it, you still aren't sure his dad didn't see you dumping all of their mail into the sewer. He probably didn't. Otherwise, he would have had some words with you, surely. But still, it's a risk you shouldn't be taking under these delicate circumstances. There's a friendship on the line. Okay, I'm glad you agree. It sounds like we have a sneaking mission ahead of us. Actually, it sounds like it could be a fun. Oh yeah, it does sound fun, except maybe slightly triggering, since you've done a lot of dangerous high-stakes sneaking in the past that you can't quite remember. But still fun. Mostly fun. You can't wait. Yeah. So, how should we do this? We could either sneak upstairs to my bedroom while avoiding my dad and just hang out up there for a while. Or if that sounds too risky, we could just stay outside. I've got some sweet playground equipment in the backyard. What will it be? God damn it. Stop that. Stop moving the buttons when I try to click on them. Just trying to turn this down. Not trying to broadcast it throughout the house. Actually, you tell John you think the fresh air out here will do you some good. Also, that playground equipment he mentioned really sweetens the pot. You hope he doesn't mind. After all, as a mailman, you were meant to be outdoors. You took a mailman's oath and everything. Oh yeah, Sean will probably believe that. Sure, no problem. I totally understand. It gets really stuffy in there, especially with all the baking my dad does. We can hang out in my yard. Feels like it's been ages since I took a spin on the old pogo ride. Pogo ride, he says. Well, that just seals the deal. You bow flamboyantly and gesture for him to lead the way, but you quickly regret doing that because it was a little much. Oh, that song. Things are about to get bad, I can already tell. They only play that song when something's about to ramp into chaos. Well, here it is. My backyard in all of its glory. I hardly ever come out here anymore, honestly. There's the old trusty swing set. Brings back some good memories. And there's the pogo ride. You better hop on before I beat you to it. Just kidding. That thing is a death trap. You should really go nowhere near that thing, unless you like dying. Oblivious to the humorous nature of his remark, you shake your head solemnly. Oh no, you say. You're pretty sure dying sucks, and you never want to do it again. Huh? That's a weird thing to say. Are you saying you've died before? Or is this some sort of weird mailman joke? Oh, haha, yeah. You mailmen like to joke around a lot, sometimes very darkly. It gets very stressful delivering the mail sometimes, and sometimes you just need to blow off some steam by making light of your mortality, and... It doesn't seem like this is going over well. To be fair, it is one of your worst explanations so far. And that's really saying something. You start to falter and lose composure. You don't seem to have it in you to follow through with the lie. You stop talking and hang your head. Hey, what's wrong? You decide to tell him the truth. Yes, you've been dead before, possibly a bunch of times. You're not sure. Actually, you can't remember any of the circumstances surrounding your deaths, and you aren't even sure who you are. Frankly, you're a little confused by your own existence sometimes. Oh no. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a little hard to believe. But I'll listen to what you have to say anyway, because that's what friends are for. How did that happen? Oh well. You cast your mind back as hard as you can. You really give it a good hard think. You remember a room and a computer screen, and just this really intense feeling of frustration. A computer screen? I can be very frustrated at your computer screen. I do that every day. Yeah, he gets it. It's written all over his face. This is a boy who feels your pain. He's following you perfectly. I'm not really following. Fucking... God damn it. Steam overlay, go away. Go! I keep telling you to turn off. Why are you still on? God damn, seriously. Then you explain how you ended up in the afterlife. Afterlife? You're pretty sure it was the afterlife. Maybe heaven. It was a little too freaky for heaven. But you were alone. Then you found a mysterious artifact on the ground. You found a mysterious artifact? In hell? Yes, it was white and flat and lying on the ground, as if it was just waiting for you. Or waiting for someone else, maybe. But you found it first by accident. You find it hard to believe you were destined for any cursed treasure such as this. Perhaps the artifact belonged to Lucifer himself. Lucifer. Wow. Oh, you didn't realize you said the Lucifer thing out loud. Maybe you should consider reeling this in a bit. You're beginning to wonder if you're coming off as a little unhinged here. Except John is clearly transfixed by your story and looking a little concerned. You guess there's no going back now. You've committed yourself to the truth, as insane as it sounds. So you saw something weird. It looked a little like a house. The obvious thing to do was to stick your hand inside the house. So that's what you did. Then you felt funny and teleported out of hell. That's how you ended up here on Earth. Where, you then became a mailman and decided to have a long and rewarding career of delivering the mail, and then you met John. And now you're basically best friends, the end. This all sounds pretty fucked up. Yes, it does, doesn't it? You're right back to feeling like a crazy person again. He probably doesn't believe you. It seems like you're going to have to take this even further, or risk eroding the foundation of trust that this blossoming friendship is built on. You mentioned that you're pretty sure the Devil's Treasure gave you some magic powers. Magic powers? Like what? You're not sure. You can sort of teleport now. Also, you're pretty sure you can time travel? You haven't tested it out much, you admit. Teleportation and time travel, huh? What the fuck, seriously? Hang on. I'm gonna have to restart the damn app just to get rid of that stupid thing. Fucking Steam, I swear to God. I do not want you interrupting my streams with these damn pop-ups. I turned you off for a fucking reason. Stay off. God, this is why I hate playing Steam games sometimes. There it goes. I was gonna say, is it gonna load? Now, with any luck, that will stop popping up all the damn time. And that's a lot. You can prove it. You say desperately, suddenly it feels like this friendship is hanging by a thread, and you'll do anything to preserve it. It's time to bring out the big guns. The revelation to this boy that, contrary to all known scientific wisdom, magic is far from fake. It is real as shit. For instance, you remind him that you both almost went up to his bedroom but decided not to, because the trek across the house was too risky. But what if you could just teleport there? Sounds like a handy trick. Well, I'm still getting pop-ups, but at least they're not in the window anymore. Still annoying, though. God, I hate that. There's so many settings that I would change. But they just don't give you the option. still guessing this is all bullshit, though. Like a prank. That's okay, though. I love pranks. Ah, but it's no prank. At least you think. You've never actually tested this power at all? God, you hope you don't end up making a fool of yourself. Everything is riding on this. Hey, what are you? Here goes nothing. Whoa, it worked! Unbelievable. Do you know what this means, Mr. Mailman? You shake your head. It means magic is fucking real! You shrug. You guess it is. You won't admit it, but all you really care about right now is the fact that you saved the friendship. It should be all smooth sailing from here. Well, it's a pretty good thing I met you, because if you didn't show up, I'm pretty sure that nothing anywhere close to being this incredible would ever have happened to me. You consider that remark for a moment, and decide you absolutely agree. You are definitely the best and most exciting thing that will ever happen to this kid. You also said something about time travel? Can we try that too, or would that be too disruptive to the space-time continuum? You have him eating out of the palm of your hand now. No need to slow this train down. Continuum schmontinium, whatever your new friend wants, he gets. Oh, I don't know. Why don't we just go back in time by about a week? And we can stay right here. That way we won't risk messing up anything important. Sure, that makes sense. You get ready to use your new hell power, and concentrate as hard as you can on the idea of 1 week ago. That's probably how it works. Not much changed. Except, wait. The cakes are gone. That must mean it isn't my birthday yet, which means it worked. This is 1 week ago. Wow. Oh, for fuck's sake. I forgot. Of course there was going to be a past me in this room a week ago. God, I'm such an idiot. This is going to fuck things up, isn't it? What the hell is going on here? Whatever it is, it seems really stupid. You're right, John. It is stupid. Sorry, I wasn't using my head. Don't worry, we'll get out of your hair. Hey, quick, let's zap out to the yard so we fuck up space-time as little as possible. Woo! Well, that was dumb. Maybe let's try to avoid abusing your time travel powers from now on. Could really lead to a lot of messy bullshit. You wholeheartedly agree. All you really want to do is make friends, not clown around through space-time. Meanwhile, I guess we're still a week in the past, but now just standing in my yard doing nothing. This seems pointless. We should probably head back to the present. You nod. It was an interesting experiment, and it brought you a lot of credibility. But it's time to... Wait a minute. Something is wrong. There's a slight buzzing in the air. You can feel it. What's the matter? You tell him you think someone is coming. Quick, you have to hide. Well, okay. You and John dash into a neighbor's yard and hide behind the fence. You peek into the backyard to see what's happening. Suddenly, you see it. That energy you were feeling was a whole group of teenagers randomly teleporting into John's backyard. What the fuck? You examine them more closely. They are all dressed in ridiculous, colorful outfits. Is the circus in town? There did seem to be a lot of clowns in John's house. Maybe this house is some kind of globally recognized headquarters for traveling clowns? But they're not really clowns, just teens, wearing strange pajama-looking clothes. 8 of them, to be precise. On closer inspection, one of them seems familiar. The guy in the blue pajamas, you think it's your new friend John? But he seems older. Definitely not a 13-year-old kid. Like your buddy here. None of them are. They all appear to settle in for a while to talk amongst themselves. The guy in the yellow Speedo gets down to business on the pogo ride, totally oblivious to its dangers. There seems to be a serious atmosphere hanging over this group of teens. Important discussions are happening. It's completely baffling to you, and by the look on your buddy's face, to John as well. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling settles over you, like you're witnessing something that was never meant to be seen by anyone. Perhaps a rendezvous point established by this group of teens for exactly that reason, that no one would think to be watching this quiet suburban backyard right now. Should you stay and listen or go? You're not sure what to do. You can't shake the feeling that something highly inappropriate is happening here. Just by watching, like you're beholding a moment so divorced from an authoritative chain of events, that to even witness this moment is not only narratively compromising, but extremely cursed. Hey, is that guy in the blue pajamas me? You pat John on the back. You can only imagine what's going through his head right now. He hasn't seen a time travel duplicate of himself in, well, minutes. Man, I look so much older. What am I even wearing? And how are all these people? Wait, I know some of them. That's Rose and Dave and Jade with dog ears? I don't know the others though. Wait, I know what's going on. They must be from the future. It is the only explanation, especially since we just did some time travel ourselves, thus proving magic to be real. Did you have something to do with this, Mr. Mailman? You shake your head. You are just as surprised by this nonsense as he is. It seems one or more people from this group have somehow obtained similar abilities offered by the hell treasure you touched. I guess they are all from a few years in the future when we are all a bunch of older, cooler teenagers. Maybe we all go to college together or something? Maybe that's where we make these 4 new friends? There's something familiar about all of them, but I can't put my finger on it. But why do we look so ridiculous? Did I join a troupe of traveling street performers, thus following in the footsteps of my father? And somehow managed to rope everyone into the act, including Dave and Rose, who almost certainly would think the idea was really stupid, even though it's clearly great and cool, while somehow also involving time travel? I don't know. I'm so confused. What are they even doing here? Did this really happen just outside my house 1 week ago? Without me knowing about it at all? What else have I been missing? How much more is there to know about the future adventures of me and my friends, which had been taking place in secret like this? I wonder if there's a lot more to my life than I ever imagined. Actually, I should probably be thanking you. If you hadn't told me my game got lost in the mail, I might have gotten way too hung up on it. That might have totally altered the trajectory of my life. wouldn't get to go on whatever sweet adventures happen in the future that will lead me to wear a bunch of silly pajamas and apparently speak with great authority in front of a group of very cool teens. You bow your head contemplatively, as if to say you're welcome. You're welcome for your entire life and every cool thing that ever happens to you from now on. After some time passes, the group of teens seems to finish up whatever business they had in this yard and disappear into thin air. You guess that's the end of whatever that was. Since there isn't much point to staying here a week in the past, you decide to return John to the present moment. Well, that was interesting. You were a little too far away to hear what they were saying. I think I kept overhearing the word English? I wonder if some of those teens speak a foreign language. Was I teaching them English? Oh, this sure is some shitty speculation. It makes no sense at all. I guess the only thing to do is wait until I become that John and then find out for myself. Sounds exciting, but also a little overwhelming. Damn, I'm going to need to think about this.
You watch as John spaces out for a solid minute, thinking about his absurd future. You glance towards that swing set, wondering if the fun times John had planned for you are going to continue to recede further into the distance as he comes to grips with his mysterious destiny. You cough a little to snap him out of his stupor. Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Mailman. I know I said we would do something fun, and now I think I'm in kind of an existential mood. I should take a walk and think about what just happened today. I feel weird. It's nothing personal, and just need some space. Well, see you. Well, that's another bad ending. Damn it. Let's try the other route. When you enter the house, an overwhelming odor of freshly baked cakes hits you like a punch in the face. Wow, there is also a lot of clown bullshit in this living room. Clown statues, and you don't have time to take it all in because your buddy John is grabbing your hand and rushing you upstairs before his baking maniac of a father can emerge from the kitchen and catch you in the act. He slams the bedroom door behind you and breathes a sigh of relief. Trying to catch a moment of peace around here, what with all this adoring fatherly doting and the clock cake production. I feel like I'm suffocating around here, and it's not just because of the thick aroma of Betty Crocker products makes me feel like I'm being gassed in a bakery. You're not sure what to say. You tentatively lift your arm as if you're about to place it on his shoulder, but you hesitate. Is this an abusive domestic situation? You don't know if you have enough information to make that judgment yet, but you are concerned.
Just joking around. I mean, this baking shit is all a bit much. The clown obsession too, but I love my dad. He's great. Sorry, I didn't mean to give the wrong impression.
That's a relief, you guess. Not that you weren't ready to jump in and be whatever kind of supportive friend this boy needs. Suddenly, you notice a bunch of movie posters on the wall. Oh wow, these are all really bad. You won't dare say such a thing to your new friend, though. You immediately begin lavishing praise on all of them, especially that one, which appears to be Mac and Me? Oh, for fuck's sake. When it rains, it pours, you guess. Nevertheless, you insist it is one of humanity's peak cinematic achievements.
Mac and Me? You seriously like it? Personally, I think it's a piece of shit. I just have it up there because, well, I don't even know why. Not that I can even defend the film. To each his own, I guess. I'm happy to hear you like all the other movies, though. They're all incredible. You have great taste. Except for liking Mac and Me, though. It's complete garbage.
Okay, you can admit you got a little overzealous there. Maybe dial it down a notch. You really don't have to try so hard. There's a moment of awkward silence. You hadn't really thought this far ahead, and apparently neither has John. There must be something you can both do to advance this friendship. He's starting to look self-conscious now. Poor friendless kid really doesn't know how to entertain anyone in his home, does he? You can see now that your friendship is needed now more than ever. You have to step up.
So, what do you typically like to,
Suddenly, something gets John's attention. It's coming from his computer.
Oh, hey, can you hang on a second? My buddy Dave is pestering me.
John settles behind his desk.
Dude, what are you doing?
Dave, you'll never guess what I'm doing right now.
Are you opening the birthday present I got you?
Oh no, sorry Dave, but I think your present got lost in the mail. Unfortunately, I think it might be gone forever. John, what the fuck? Maybe you can just send me another one, whatever it was?
Dude, no. The thing I got you is fucking priceless and irreplaceable. If it's lost in the mail, there's literally zero chance you will ever see another one like it ever again in any shape or form.
Wow. That sucks.
Oh well, whatever. To be honest, that's probably the fate it deserves.
What was it?
Never mind, just some more ironic trash from your best and coolest bro in the world. Just forget it. If I tell you, you'd probably be sad it's gone, so it's a secret that I will take to me in my fucking grave. Do you understand, Egbert?
Yeah, that's fair.
So what are you really up to? Are you playing that dumb game with Rose yet?
What? Oh, no. That got lost in the mail too. It's also gone forever.
Holy fucking shit, John. I leave you alone for 2 seconds and everything goes to hell. This is why I can't stop pestering you for even a second. You just lose complete control of your life the moment I turn my back. How do you even know it got lost in the mail? Like, how can that even be formally verified in any way? You haven't even been waiting for it that long.
Because the mailman told me so.
What? Okay, I know I say this almost every day, but that actually is the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard.
It's true. He was quite sure about it.
First of all, John, mailmen don't know shit. They're just guys who walk around handing out letters to stuff they have zero knowledge of the greater workings of the mail, let alone the specific fate of any given package. Unless there's a tracking number or some shit, but even then, the mailman isn't really the guy who deals with that. The only way a mailman would know for sure if some mail got lost is if he was the one who lost it, or like deliberately fucking destroyed it. Between the game and my sweet present going missing, something smells goddamn fishy here. John, are you sure the mailman just didn't steal all your shit?
Of course I am.
I don't know, man.
He wasn't even holding anything when I talked to him. Not even a mailbag.
My alarm bells are going fucking haywire here. It sounds like this incompetent dipshit just lost all your mail and tried to cover his ass.
No!
Are you sure he didn't fuck it up somehow? Like, get mailman stank on it and fit shame panic, like, buried it or dunked it in a smelly hole.
Dave, this is insane. You're being so paranoid. Besides, aside from the birthday presents, why do you even care? You think the game is stupid and you don't even want to play.
Yeah, well, I was lying my ass off to sound cool and aloof. Of course I want to play the game. It's like this whole rad thing we were all going to do as friends, and now it's ruined.
Ah, you're right. That is a shame. I'm sorry.
I don't know. It was just some feeling I had that we needed to play this thing for, like, destiny reasons or some shit. Sorry to blow my cool cover and start sounding like Jade or whatever, but I'm kind of pissed off now. Especially now that I know you won't get your sick bunny.
Bunny?
Forget I said that.
Huh, okay.
Anyway, all that freaking bullshit aside, what were you gonna say?
Oh, right. I made a new friend.
What?
A friend.
Bullshit.
No, it's true.
John, this is so unlike you. You don't have fucking friends. None of us do. We're a bunch of total losers.
I know that, but today is a different story. I think I might be branching out a little. Socially? Like, turning a corner and becoming a valid and legitimate person, while on his way to adulthood. Ugh. Come on, Dave, why can't you just be happy for me?
Fine. So you're hanging out with this person right now?
Yes, he's in my room, rummaging through my stuff. He's quite the character.
Who is this guy? Please tell me he's not cooler than me. I couldn't handle that.
He's not cooler than you. Nobody is, Dave.
Oh, thank God. So tell me about him.
Well, you know the mailman I was talking about earlier?
Yeah?
Well, you see, it's the mailman.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
John. No.
What's the big deal?
Do I even need to explain why a 13-year-old kid shouldn't become buddies with a fucking mailman and hang out with him in his room? Does your dad know about this?
Well, no. But I'm trying to avoid it. He's in one of his baking frenzies.
You do realize this is the same guy who likely stole your game and my beautiful present, right? He probably sold them in the black market, or worse, he did something fucked up, like flush them down the toilet.
He didn't do that. Dave, it would make no sense to do that. You're being crazy.
Okay, dude, but you're one chillin' with a random postal worker in your bedroom on your B-day. I'm just looking out for you. What sort of sick fuck would even want to come in your house? How old is this fucking guy anyway?
I don't know. He seems sorta ageless?
What?
Dave, that's the thing. He's barely even a person. He's just a friend.
I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Listen, I don't expect you to understand. He's just a fun, harmless person who appears to have no particular defining qualities whatsoever. What is so crazy about that?
Nothing, I guess. I don't even know anymore. Fine. Enjoy your new buddy. It is your birthday, after all. So you get to call the shots. So what's next on the agenda? What's he even doing now?
Well, it seems he got a little bored while I've been talking to you, and he has spread most of my belongings across my bedroom floor to examine everything. And now he's just messing with stuff? Like my magic stuff. It's pretty cute. I like this guy. John, I'm gonna run something by you, and I hope I don't blow your mind or anything, but what if this guy isn't even a mailman? What? Dick, no, I refuse to accept that. Okay, then, genius, tell me this. What is he wearing? You said he has no defining qualities. Well, clothes are defining qualities, so what are they? Okay, he isn't wearing anything but a sweatshirt, but I didn't want to mention that because I knew how it would sound.
I see. So, no mail uniform, no mail bag, no, like, fucking mailman hat, just no pants.
Yes.
But that's not weird or anything.
I told you, he's like a pet. Shit, that's probably condescending. You know what I mean? Part generic person-y type guy and part like, I don't know, just a fun sort of humanoid creature. I'm really not explaining this well. The point is, he said he's a mailman and I believe him because he's my new friend. End of story.
Okay. He's the fucking mailman. I don't even care if you think he's fine, then okay, whatever. So, like, cool? Guess we have a new friend. Do I get to meet the mailman sometime or what?
That's a good question. I hope so. I wouldn't be surprised if he found his way over to you. I can't put my finger on it, but something tells me he is a well-traveled fellow.
You really think he's going to well-travel his ass 2,000 miles over here to come visit me?
You never know. Mailmen do get around, after all. Shit, that checks out, actually. Okay, I'm getting kind of excited now. Yeah, that's what I like to hear. I should probably get going. He's really going at it over there with all my bedroom crap. I don't want to be a rude host. Alright, I'm gonna leave you boys to it. Happy birthday, dude. Thanks, Dave. Okay, so that's path 1. You've convinced John not to play a game. This probably won't have any far-reaching narrative consequences. Probably.
Whew. So that's one pester quest down. On the advice of your new friend John, you go to visit one of his close comrades. Close, only figuratively speaking, since it seems she lives all the way on the other side of the country. That's no problem for you, though, since your new powers let you hop anywhere, anytime, even to places that don't exist. Well, you think your powers let you do that, you just have this distinct metatextual feeling that you could pretty much go anywhere at this point. You know, that doesn't make any sense. There's nothing that doesn't make sense about friendship, though, and that's exactly what you're about to do. Friendship, that is. You're about to do some friendship by making a new friend. Her name is, you check your notes, Rose. This is her house, apparently. Looks kind of weird and modern, and it's situated in the middle of the woods for no good reason you can think of. Also, it's pouring rain, which is not what you would describe as ideal friend-making conditions. Still, nothing stops a mailman, not from delivering mail nor making friends. Rather famously, rain and other similar weather patterns provide no deterrent to the performance of his duty. and there is no duty more important than friendship. Suddenly, a woodland girl approaches. Who goes there? Oh, it's your new friend Rose, obviously. There is literally no one else this could be. You introduce yourself. You are the cool mailman who John told her to expect a visit from soon. You would doff your mail cat to signal a friendly greeting, except recently you accidentally dropped it into a sewer, along with all your other mail-specific clothes, as well as all the mail you were supposed to deliver, as you explained to her gratuitously in an unconvincing manner. It's not a great start, you admit, but you've done much worse.
You are not a mailman.
Yeah, Rose is not a dumbass. By any stretch of imagination. Rose is the smart one. I also love how every character's pester handle is what they're listed as. Also, for reference, my pester handle is Truth's Purveyor. Also, can we take a moment to just appreciate that this is like a banger track? Anyway, where were we? You are not a mailman. Yikes! You are busted almost immediately. You briefly consider whether you should double down on the lie and try to say something mailman-like, or whether the right call is to come clean since she's clearly too smart for this amateur bullshit. But it's taking a few seconds too long for you to decide, which looks guilty as hell. That's it. The jig is up. You slouch in defeat. You ask her if she would please consider not telling John your heart couldn't take it if he found out your entire friendship was based on a lie. You want me to keep a secret from one of my best friends, to protect the feelings of a random buffoon who I've never met and arbitrarily showed up to my house in the remote wilderness like a creep. Yes? Yes. That's what you want. It's an interesting proposition, if for no other reason than its audacity. I admire your resolve in the face of humiliation. This doesn't mean we're friends, though. Ugh, rough. Well, that's fine. You're hopeful. Your mind is fuzzy, but you think you remember this. You're good at this. You are excellent at making people like you through underhanded means. You can't wait to take advantage of this 13-year-old girl's goodwill. Okay, wow. Not like that. Let's not be fucking weird. In fact, let that be the last creepy thought you have for comical purposes. S-grade jokes only. Let's all get our brains out of the gutter. Rose raises a thin brow. There's something unsettling about her deep violet eyes. You're pretty sure most humans don't have eyes like that. But what the fuck do you know? You're a stranger around these parts. Wait, aren't you a human too? Whatever. It's not a big deal. Not when there are friends to be made. Or something. Do you want to come inside? Unless I'm interrupting your internal monologue, of course. Far be it from me to ever cut short any sort of navel-gazing sidebar. It's just ever so slightly wet out here. You would absolutely love that, if it's not too much trouble, of course. You wouldn't want to put Rose out. You're lying, though. You are 100% fine with being absolutely infuriatingly obnoxious if it means making a friend. Rose purses her lips, considering. Your predilections towards mailman mimicry weren't all that John told me about. Oh? He also said that you had certain powers. Powers of teleportation and time travel. I told him that he must be mistaken, since it's a well-known and highly accepted fact that magic, although a popular and highly engaging subject of fiction, is fake as hell. Oh, your zappy powers. No, those are totally real and not fake. Real in a different way than you being a mailman is real, since that is actually made up. Is that so? Prove it. You shrug. Easy enough. You hold out a hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Rose puts her fingers in yours. Her nails are long and sharp and painted a glossy black. She closes her eyes, and her umbrella droops. Should I picture my room or something similar? I'm not quite sure how this is supposed to work. She still thinks you're fucking with her. You tell her that you guess she can do that if she wants. You zap the two of you inside the big modern house, and when you open your eyes, you find yourself in a large, messy bedroom. Oh! She drops her umbrella. Let's preemptively open this one as well, just in case. That should get everybody covered. There we go.
You really did that.
Rose stands in the center of her room in full rain gear. Her boots track muddy prints into the thick white carpet. Surprise! You really are magic. Hi, James. Welcome in. We're pestering ourselves some friends. Yes. Hello. I mean, it is 4:13 after all. It'd be remiss if I didn't do something Homestuck related. Since I am Homestuck trash. How are you doing, James? Let me grab my water bottle.
You attempt the rare and highly dangerous 5 times cliffhanger combo and fail. We are doing it, man.
Oh yeah, we are
making
definitely
this
going to be doing some 5 times cliffhanger combos. Doing good? Well, that's great. Always happy to hear when the audience is doing great. Rose puts a small hand against her perfectly painted black lips. She seems momentarily lost for words, and you get the feeling that it's not a thing that happens very often. Her eyes are wide and deeply purple. They're sparkling, you might even say. Hold on, I'll be right back. Stay here. Don't go out into the hall. It's not safe. You tell Rose to take her time. You're happy to just stand here dripping onto her nice clean floor. She leaves the room and you take the opportunity to examine your surroundings a little more closely. The bed is unmade, books are strewn over the floor carelessly, and a collection of half-drunk cups of coffee crowd the desk. Half-finished knitting projects lie in soft piles all over the room. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that this room is often occupied by someone with a lot of interests who has trouble settling down and putting her attention into one thing at a time. Invasion of privacy. Yeah, we definitely doing a lot of invasion of privacy. Honestly, there are moments in this one that's actually genuinely making me uncomfortable at just how invasive it gets. But that's also because I know a lot of the canon lore. Man, you can relate. Not with interests, but with friends. You can't imagine settling for just one. That's not creepy or anything. Rose has a number of posters on her walls, although nowhere near as many as your friend John. A calendar hangs beside the window, days ticked off with the little X's all the way up to 4/13, which is circled. Imagine that. It's today's date. You step closer to read the year date up in the corner. 2009. But what the hell do you care about the date? You can make friends any day of the damn week, rain or shine, night or day. Rose sure is taking a while out there. She told you that it wasn't safe out in the hall. Maybe she hadn't just been quipping. Maybe she's actually in trouble. What should you do? Time for our next decision point. Will we make the right one? What do you think, chat? Should we go look for her or stay put? go looking? We can do that. You are too anxious to sit still, and you aren't the sort of person who just sits there and waits for friend opportunities to fall into their lap. Better to run headlong into danger, or as much danger as a minimalist upper-middle-class house in the middle of the woods can offer. Rose had told you that it isn't safe. You creep out into the hallway, where a bunch of things happen more or less simultaneously. A deluge of quick-time events that you had no idea were coming. Lightning flashes in perfect jagged line across the tall window at the end of the hall, followed immediately by a crash of thunder so loud you think the house might be falling down. Abruptly, all the lights go out. Another flash of lightning, and for a vertiginous minute you see a long, thin figure superimposed against the window. You freak the fuck out, jumping about a foot in the air and yowling like a cat. A small hand lands on your shoulder and you jump again. Calm down, it's just me. Rose speaks in the normal tone of voice, and it's jarring. The house is echoey and cavernous, and there's just something about a dark house on a stormy evening that makes you want to whisper. I told you to stay put for a reason. It's too early for my mother to be sauced enough not to notice random strangers in her house. And I don't want to go through the tedious process of explaining who you are. You have a perfectly understandable reason for why you left, and that reason is that you were lonely. Rose snorts. Cold. You mean you were cold? Well, you are soaking wet. Follow me. She grabs you by the wrist and tows you down the hall. You wonder if you should warn her about the strange wraith-like creature you saw by the window, but you don't want to freak her out. Although her mom might be at risk too. Yeah, that would be her mom. The mom is the danger thing here. Whatever. Moms are tough. She'll be fine. This probably isn't the first time she's gone toe-to-toe with a weird Slenderman. This house looks haunted as shit. Yeah, that was her mom. Keep in mind, I started reading this shit in like 2005. So I know all the lore. Rose brings you to a dark laundry room, then motions you to take off your hoodie, which you do gladly because it is soaking wet. That's interesting. The design on the front, does it mean anything? Oh yeah, it is kind of cool. A blue line that zigzags on one end like lightning. Looking at it makes you feel unsettled. You realize Rose is still waiting for a response, so you just hand her the hoodie and tell her no. You're pretty sure it's just an abstract sign. Then you stand there while she tosses the sweatshirt in the dryer, feeling the alarming currents of memory in your bloodstream. You're sure there must be something you forgot to do. You continue to feel weird as Rose hits the dryer button, and nothing happens. At which point are either of you going to realize that the power is out and the dryer is not going to work? Fuck. She hits the button a few more times, as if that will make a bit of difference when the power is out. She presses her thumb and forefinger to the bridge of her nose. Well, you aren't going to fit into anything of mine. She leads you down more long, dark hallways. Man, this house is unreasonably huge. You ask Rose if a lot of people live here. No, it's just me, my mother, and a horde of liquids not soluble in water. Here, try not to trip on the carpet. You aren't sure how you're supposed to manage that, but okay. This room is large and dark, and when Rose parts the curtains, a flash of lightning illuminates a 4-poster bed, a long counter, and a shelf covered head to foot in bottles. Let's just say Mom has a severe drinking problem. Like, how are you not dead of alcohol poisoning levels? Rose vanishes through another door, leaving you to peruse. This is all liquor. Shit, this is a lot of booze. Pretty much almost every room in the house has a bar in it. Here, I'm not sure what you would want to wear, but this should work until the power comes back on and we can dry your clothes. Spoiler alert, the power's not coming back on. Ever. See, even though the guy in this story is going around on this particular day to everyone's houses and shit, this is the day that the world comes to an end. In fact, pretty soon the fire should start. Rose hands you a long silk robe. She won't miss this. I don't think she's ever even worn it. She has this whole closet full of fantastic clothes and she never puts on. You take the robe and go into the large master bathroom. It's kind of a mess. The tub looks like it hasn't been cleaned in a long time. The robe gives you the same knotted feeling of familiarity that looking at your hoodie did, but you put it on anyway. It's a relief to get out of your wet clothes. You hang them carefully on the shower rod. When you head back out into the bedroom, you find Rose standing in front of a wall of liquor. She's holding a bottle of Grey Goose and squinting at the label, like she's trying to read the nutrition facts. Spoiler, there's no nutrition in that. Stretch. Oh, there goes some back crackage. Let's go. More of that. Oh, there we go. It popped a lot more than I was expecting. And I could definitely use the water. All this talking is drying me out. Yeah, the irony of hydrating while they're holding a bottle of liquor.
I've often wondered what exactly the merits of consuming this are. It tastes quite literally like burning.
She opens the bottle, and before you can protest that she is by no means the legal drinking age, and wherever the fuck you are, she puts the bottle to her mouth and takes a sip. She splutters. Blah. That's terrible. You could have told her that. Straight vodka isn't for the uninitiated, even fancy vodka. You take the bottle from her, she hesitates for a moment, and then lets it go. You set it back on the shelf. This really is, quite an impressive liquor cabinet. Liquor wall? Liquor room. Her mom must really have a refined palate. Don't strain yourself. You can say it. What's the point of mincing words? She's a fucking alcoholic. Wow, this is intense. You're not sure if you're prepared for something this heavy. You were kind of counting on some silly shenanigans. Maybe a couple of funny jokes. You aren't cut out for this. You get the feeling that at some point you might have been cut out for this. You might have been the sort of person your friends or potential friends could count on. In fact, you know on some level that this is true. But whenever you try to nail down any sort of specifics, you find a gaping lacuna in your experiences. It's all just white noise. This feels like a trap. Hold up. There we go. Had to harass the streamer real quick. No, she's not drinking blood, she's drinking alcohol. Rose's shoulders slump as she stands surveying her mother's bottles.
She doesn't even have the decency to hide her distasteful habits. Who needs an entire wall of liquor bottles? She doesn't have people over. She doesn't have any friends. This is all just for me. Just more of a passive-aggressive act as a femme fatale 1950s housewife with a death wish. It's just like the wizards.
Wizards?
Don't worry about it. You know how long it's been since I've had a home-cooked meal? And I'm not saying that I require or even deserve a lovingly crafted culinary masterpiece every time I sit down to eat. That's going a bit far. I know John complains about being plagued by fatherly concern every chance he gets. He is overwhelmed by pastries whenever he ventures from his room. I'm glad my mother doesn't poke her considerable nose into my private affairs. But I'm sick of eating oatmeal.
Rose.
I told you, don't worry about it.
But you will worry about it. You worry about all your friends. All 2 of them. Rose smiles with half of her mouth. It seems to be about all she can manage. Oh man, if you think Rose is neglected, just wait. John is the least neglected of these children. Lightning crashes. She looks so small and sad against the wall of bottles. You know how to fix this. Thunder rolls and you clench your fist. A friendship clench. You don't know who you are. You don't know why you're here. But you do know that surely you have these powers for a reason. And what better reason than helping a poor young girl with her troubled home life? Rolling up your floppy sleeves, you get to work.
What are you doing?
You start with the dark liquors first, and your experiences, these cause worse hangovers, and are more likely to contribute to the absence of hot, motherly meals and the overconsumption of oatmeal. You grab 2 bottles of rum and 1 of bourbon, which you tuck in one armpit. Then you zap out of the house and into a clearing in the nearby woods a couple of hours ago, before it started raining. You drop the bottles and go back for more.
Are you just stealing all of my mother's liquor?
Is this your solution to her alcoholism? Don't worry, Rose can thank you later. You go for the tequila next, then the vodka, then you get sick of this organized approach and just start grabbing whatever the fuck and dumping it in the past. Rose watches you do this for a while, then she hops up on the counter, crosses her legs, and starts texting. Wow, she's really so intent on her conversation that she isn't even noticing you fix her domestic situation. She keeps giving you little fleeting looks, and you're pretty sure she must be talking about you. You should just let her talk. It isn't right to try and invade your friend's privacy. You attempt to resist the temptation, which you fail at immediately. Not even an overused beam can save you. Experience, huh? That's saddening. You sat behind her onto the counter where you can spy on her private correspondence.
I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry. Sigh. And here it was, me trying to take advantage of your uncanny ability to make guesses verging on prognostication. I'm recently considering a reevaluation on magic.
You don't know who this person is. Maybe you should just... You go back in time a couple of minutes to when Rose started her conversation. Your past self is busily zapping back and forth carrying liquor bottles. You hunker down so you don't see yourself and cause a paradox or whatever the fuck. Tentacle therapist began pestering Garden Gnostic.
Out of morbid curiosity to shine a light on my future, I come with a metaphorical hat in hand to ask you to consult your dream clouds. Do you happen to know anything about a strange cardboard cutout creature masquerading as a mailman? Are you sleeping? Sorry, I had to scold Beck. He has been acting really weird all of a sudden. Anyway, is this the same mailman that John was talking about? The fake one who hung out with him? That's the one. They are currently emptying my mother's liquor cabinet in an attempt to prevent her from overindulging herself. Oh, are they drinking it? No, I think they're just dropping it into the woods with their magic powers. Oh, Do they know that she could just go out and buy more liquor? That's something you can do where you live, right? Yes, well, not exactly where we live. I think the nearest boozery is a good 20-minute drive. I'm not entirely sure where my mother got it all. We don't own a car, as far as I know. Sometimes it seems like she has the ability to just make things appear. I don't know anything about them. I'm sorry. And here was me trying to take advantage of your uncanny ability to make guesses verging on prognostication, as I am recently considering a reevaluation on magic. I'm still pretty sure magic is fake. At least the kinds of magic you're talking about. There's probably some real magic out there somewhere. Yes, for instance, the sort that lets you spy on your hostess's private correspondence while you are stealing her mother's libations.
You freeze! With a contrite zap, you reappear in front of Rose. She sets her phone down and props her chin up on a delicate fist. Sorry, you honestly don't know what got into you. You just couldn't resist using your power for evil.
Haven't you heard that with great power comes great responsibility?
Rose is right. She's totally right. You've only had this power for like a day, and you still aren't used to the idea of being able to just sap all over the narrative. Clearly, you did not appreciate the implications.
Zapping all over the narrative sounds potentially stressful.
Oh, you bet! You are incredibly stressed right now. Rose laughs. You apologize to her for stealing all your mom's drink. That was kind of overzealous of you.
No, actually, I thought it was hilarious. I've never really been one for pranks.
No, actually, the ironic part is what happens to Rose later. Let's just say all those eldritch horror terrors on her wall are a little bit foreshadowing. And the fact that she's basically wearing a Cthulhu squid shirt. There's a reason the characters asked you about the symbol on your shirt. It's a lot more significant than you think. Rose, wielder of the Grimdark.
That's always fallen more in Sean's wheelhouse. But there's nothing wrong in occasionally stepping outside of one's comfort zone.
Which is exactly what happens when you go Grimdark. All your powers invert.
Let's do the vodka next.
The two of you working together gets the place cleared out pretty quick. You zap Rose along with you to the bright clearing in the field, and for a moment she just stands in a sunbeam blinking up at the cloudless sky. Her expression says she still might not be totally convinced any of this is happening. When all the liquor has been transferred from the bedroom to the woods in a big glittering dragon's hoard of booze, you and Rose fall down next to it in a messy heap. Well, you fall into a messy heap. Rose lowers herself daintily, sitting more on her knees than her butt, probably to keep her skirt from getting dirty. You get the idea that even though she lives in the middle of nowhere, she doesn't spend a ton of time outside. You tell her again that you're sorry you spied on her correspondence with the green friend Gigi. Also, you hope she isn't going to get in trouble with her mom.
I'm not unduly concerned. I'll tell her where it all is in a couple of days. Although by that time, I'm sure at least a good third of it will be water damaged. I'm sure this will have fantastic implications for our relationship, and not at all exacerbate the emotional problems underlying her addiction.
See, Rose is fully aware of the consequences. Rose is a smart one. You laugh awkwardly. Well, now you kind of just feel like an asshole. Rose lies back on the grass and raises a hand to trace the curves of a fluffy white cloud. She closes her eyes.
Perhaps it's just projection on my part, or wishful thinking. But ever since I met you, I feel like something has changed. Or rather, something has failed to change, if that makes any sense. It's probably nothing. Her eyes flicker back open, endlessly purple, fixed on the sky like she can see something beyond it. And once again you feel that there's something really crucial that you forgot. But at least you've made a new friend, and even if you don't think Rose's friend would ever allow her to call you as such, you're lying in a sunny clearing next to a pile of alcohol, and honestly, it doesn't get much friendlier than that. That's our second victory. Though I have a feeling the victories are all the bad endings. Befriend a cryptid. That? Huh. Some of these just have a what pumpkin symbol. I was totally expecting it to be the record next, but there's something else here. Huh.
That's interesting. I'm assuming I need to do all the iconic ones. And then in order to fix things, I'm going to have to do the What Pumpkin ones. Because I'm messing up the story by doing the main ones. The other ones are probably how I'm going to have to fix it. Yeah, see, John was supposed to start playing the game here, but I convinced him not to. Rose was supposed to fight with their mom over the alcoholism, but instead we just took all of the alcohol away. This icon's not even visible right now. Something's gonna go horribly wrong. A king's feast of ass. Unless... maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe these aren't people. Maybe these are all points in a narrative. Because we did refer to my power as teleporting all around the narrative. If each of these icons represents a specific point in the canon narrative, and that there are branching paths of that narrative, it might be that I need to go down different paths to get to the true ending. There may be multiple things I have to do down some of these paths. Interesting. Well, we'll go to Dave first.
Let's be real. As much as you enjoy your new friends, they all seem a little lonely. Like, maybe they don't have any friends besides the ones they talk to online. Is online friendship a reasonable alternative to more traditional face-to-face friendship? Are relationships, and dare you say families that you choose, not just as important, if not more so, than those you are able to touch and feel? Damn, maybe being a little too real. You decide not to think about it too hard. But if you're being honest with yourself, maybe you aren't terribly interested in the greater context of found family and interpersonal relationships in the instant message era. You've got a fever, and the only cure for this disease called friendship is to mildly inconvenience a few teenagers. As much of a delight as it's been to make a young boy face his existential future, rob a woman of her booze stash, and then self-reflect about the value of contextual relationships, it's all felt a little heavy-handed. What you need is an emotional palate cleanser. There are 2 kids left on this tour de force, and both sound like they'd make exquisite friends. Oh god, you have no idea, dude. It's gonna get so much worse. Time to go full on easy mode here. You've heard so much about this guy, you feel like you've got this one in the goddamned bag. With confidence, you zap yourself onwards. By the way, the sky is on fire here. At this point. What am I looking at? Oh. You're already here. Wherever here is, it is blisteringly hot. You nigh instantaneously regret your choice of apparel. Why did you instinctively put your hoodie back on over this robe, gown? You the mailman or male person? This must be Dave. Rose mentioned he talked a lot, and as you start to explain, it becomes apparent he is having this conversation at you, not with you. Wow, it is unbelievably humid. I mean, the ocean is evaporating around you and the sky is literally on fire. So yeah, it's pretty damn humid. Person adjacent? Anyway, Egbert told me you'd show up eventually. Which I never doubted for a second, since one of the core tenets of the United States Postal Service is that you visit 4 extremely specific and spread out teenagers while sweating all over yourself. Practically a crime to not be increasingly moist while out here delivering letters on the roof of a skyrise, which, as you know, is the most effective and legal way to drop off the post. Clammier than a New England potluck and wandering around on the roof with no package. It is actually really cool how much this kid seems to talk at you, but you are barely listening. Has the sun always been that red? Has the sky always been that wavy? Are you alright? You are hardly alright. You tug at the collar of your soggy mess of a hoodie. This is an overwhelming, oppressive heat. An almost impenetrable air fills your lungs as you try to take a series of shallower and shallower breaths, and the world fades to white. Oh god, that puppet's in here. Fuck that puppet. Fuck that puppet. Little Cal needs to just get the fuck out of this room. No, Little Cal is a fucking menace. That puppet moves on its own. When you wake up, you're sitting propped up on a cheap futon in front of a large television. A rough approximation of a person does an elaborate series of controlled falls, culminating in what you can only describe as skateboarding for assholes. On your left, Dave exists in a quantum state that is both somehow sitting and laying down, but also neither. With the precision of a Swiss watchmaker, he deftly presses a series of buttons that makes the awful polygon man on screen T-pose and fall face forward into the ground. Seconds later, his skateboard flops hopelessly next to him. He doesn't look away from the screen as he speaks. So, I guess you lived. It's not that I'm invested, but John might be sad. Classic John. You try and emulate his incredible casual body language as you slide your body down the futon. Your legs already barely reach the ground. Yeah, that guy's a dork, but I taught him everything he knows. You ask him if he taught him how to be a dork. You affect a completely uninterested face as though the sickness of your third-degree burn is not the single most exciting moment of your entire life. Fuck the puppet. Little Cow is a fucking menace. God damn. Owned in my own home. owned within an inch of my life. I'm on the edge of reaching out that hand of friendship, and this chucklehead, long live the king's me. Thousands of gazelles trample my useless body as Jonathan Taylor Thomas's first Sona watches on. Who will raise Simba now? Who's going to teach him about combat? Philosophy. Life. By the way, I put your nasty sweatshirt in the shower. What answer should we give the man? The shower or dope? Dope, dope, dope. We're gonna take the dope route? Alright. Dope. Dope, dope, dope. You are definitely the sort of person who says dope often and casually. You tell him dopely that you are a person who is not caught up in the small details of decorum or personal propriety. In fact, it doesn't bother you at all that he took your only worldly possessions and tossed them in a shower while you were unconscious. What's some light corpse looting among bros? The fact that they actually used the corpse looting among bros reference. Wow, I wasn't expecting that one. Okay. While it dries, you can wear one of my bro shirts. He usually has a fresh stash hidden in here. Dope. Tight. Sick. Nothing weird about hiding some certs in the living room. Just gonna have a look-see. Holy shit, there are a lot of puppets in here. Yeah, dude puppets own. Enough said. My bro's got the market cornered on puppet-based endeavors. Backed up against the wall like a feral beast hissing for more plush-oriented content. Little guy's probably just scared. Just wants to protect its nest and mouth-to-mouth feed its babies only the choicest puppet smut for a reasonable fee. What the fuck does any of that mean? You look back to Dave, but he's on his phone. God damn, that is so cool, actually. There is something weird about this whole setup that you just can't put your finger on. For one, you can't seem to find any secret shirts anywhere. It's all just puppets and plushes and DJ equipment. Oh my. Yeah, with my bro, you have to think of the potential for ironic payoff. That guy's always one step ahead. Just when you think you've got it figured out, it was all just some trap to make you think you'd gotten his goat. But that goat is long gone. Makes you think maybe there never was a goat. Maybe it was some other barnyard animal all along. You've been duped into looking for a goat like some dumb asshole. Or maybe the goat gets you really subvert the whole thing. You take a second to wonder if he is really using the term ironic correctly in this instance. By dictionary definition, yes, a goat getting you is the opposite of how the situation should go. Thank God you settled that. As you were about to reassure Dave that this joke tracks, you catch some movement in the corner of your eye. Was that a camera? It couldn't have possibly been a camera. Oh, no. There it is again. There is a camera coming out of the ice dispenser. It whirs softly as you approach, its mechanical eye trained on you. How long has this thing been watching? Is this Dave's? You lean in to take a closer look, but your foot catches on something, and you fall flat on your face. Dave seems too engrossed in the conversation he's having on his phone to pay you much mind, occasionally mumbling something out loud a few times before presumably typing it out. You search for whatever it was that made you beef it so royally. You know, beef it, like fall down. That is a real phrase that humans say. A small tripwire stands taut a few inches off the ground. You must not have disturbed it enough to set off whatever contraption it's attracted to, apparently. Also, can we take a moment to take a look at this fucking kitchen? Like, why is the blender full of blood? Why is the wall covered in swords and shurikens? Why is there a fucking saw blade next to a sink full of fireworks? And plushies on a skateboard, on a stove, with Jigsaw hovering over them like a fucking marionette. With another fucking Jigsaw watching from the microwave. There's a lot of weapons and explosives in this room. Like, a lot. Psychopaths, maybe. Oh yeah, sometimes they're more of a psych out. You think, oh fuck me, I definitely beefed it with it, which is a phrase that is real, and you sit there waiting on bated breath, prepared to be fuck deep in velvety marionette dick, and it never comes. You go the rest of your day just waiting for the payoff from your dipshit mistake, and it never comes. You wake up in cold sweats for weeks, yearning for a release that will never find you when it hits you. You've been fucking bamboozled by the master yet again. There's no elaborate booby trap, no Rube Goldberg device set to enact a series of complicated shenanigans, ultimately resulting in being buried alive in Kermit the Frog's plush amphibious dong. Beautiful, really. Damn, bro, you live like this? I mean, yeah, I guess. Keeps me on my toes. Hills never even met the ground. A prima ballerina with a head full of dreams and nothing to lose. God's gift to Plies ripping a straight tasty tour and layer for my adoring fans. They go apeshit for this sort of thing, but it's just another day in the life for the dancer extraordinaire Dave Strider. Haven't fallen for a trap like that since I was a baby. Trained. Real rookie mistake, mailman, looking tired maybe. Drained. Oh my god. Is he mumble rapping at you? This is the greatest day of your life. God. More plush ass than a puppet lost and found. King Strider drops the illest fires cause heavy is the ground. Rhyming puppet with puppet, calling that puppet rhymes. Killing it all ventriloquist puppet on puppet crimes. He goes on like this for some time with what could be described as bars of a similar caliber. The narrative focus shifts to your inner thoughts out of necessity because it turns out writing raps is really hard. He isn't exactly great, but you're not really a rap expert despite what your social media opinions might imply. Unless you count Hatch to Dance, which of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Wait. What? What does that mean? Why did you think that? The whole scenario feels a little weird and familiar to you. All these kids feel familiar to you. You learn something new about Dave and you feel like you already sort of know it. You can't place it. Despite having met Dave no less than half an hour ago, something feels just slightly off about him. Something about his actions feels so performative in nature, like he's pantomiming in front of an audience. As Dave continues to rap, you remember that you are in front of an audience as you cast a glance over to the camera, but also to the hundreds of stuffed little creatures staring at you with their lifeless eyes. Amidst your revelation, we check back in on Dave because I'm getting paid to write this, so I should probably make with the fucking jokes already. Hey Miyoko, welcome in. Welcome to the madness. Master of my tool, I'm the ace. hardware, got more hoes than a gardener, yard care. Nice. The chaotic and surreal energy of this scene sends a shock of nervous energy down your spine. You feel alarmingly nude without the comfort and familiar warmth of your sweater. There is something about it that grounded you. Something that felt like home. Dave concludes his masterpiece with an elaborate series of yas and uhs, just as you see the camera turn away from him ever so slightly to focus on something else before retreating back into the ice dispenser. It almost makes it look a little bashful. That's kind of adorable, actually. Despite the fanfic you've written in your head about a cool kid and his new best robot friend, the reality of the situation sets in. You have yet to make friends with this character, and it all has kind of felt surreal and weird to you. Maybe it's time to zap back and hard reset this continuity to try again. What does that mean? Feels like I'm missing an important part of the puzzle here. Oh, did he read or hear that? How does this work exactly? Sometimes you just narrate what you're thinking. Kind of a baller move. Why has nobody called you out on this before? You put your hand on the counter to stabilize yourself and your fingers brush up against something clandestinely polo. Just barely poking out from beneath a pile of discount plush nobodies is a neatly retail folded shirt. Alright. Chat, do we wear the shirt or we don't wear the shirt? Do we wear the shirt or not? Come on. I got one for no, it's a trap. Yoko, are you voting for or against the shirt? Wait, you're like, it's a trap, but wear it anyway? Alright. Obviously, you are going to put the shirt on. You don't want to be the only one not wearing a cool shirt. Do you, need some privacy? I'm not sure where one layer of you ends and the other begins. Doubt the audience cares. What? Oh, you guess being on camera like this is kind of fucking whack, you say. So pointedly, your sprite even shows up on screen for a second. Yeah, that's right. We went all out for this one. You were wondering if there was a place here that wasn't under constant surveillance. Like, how does this kid take a shit in peace? You know everyone's thinking it. Dope line of questioning that I'm sure the public at large is eager to know the answer to, but my room isn't wired up now. About to get you fired up, though. Menagerie's multiplying with my AB not this second. Alright, damn. You accompany Dave down the hallway to his room. You hear the shower on as you pass the bathroom, and you peek in to see if your hoodie and nice gown on the tile being uselessly wetted by a low-pressure stream. You're welcome, by the way. Dave motions for you to go in first, giving you the privacy you need to change into an extremely starched polo shirt and nothing else. This collar will not go down. This is absolutely what someone in 2009 would think is fresh as hell. You look around the room for a bit. There are so many things in here. This would be a 13-year-old's wet dream, but to you it just seems a little much. It feels like this is a bunch of things someone thinks they should like. Let the fan art reflect that you've put on the shirt at this point. There isn't a mirror in here, but you can tell this is someone out there's idea of a look. The door opens and Dave is standing there but not walking in. He's leaned up against the door frame sipping a juice. Where'd he get a juice? What the fuck? Hallway juice, my guy. Hallway juice. What, you don't keep foodstuffs stashed around your house? What do you do when you get hungry? No, that's not it. You mean you usually just keep it in the fridge or whatever? Too obvious. Somebody help this useless clown. You're sure, Dave, that you have met many clowns in your day and only some of them were useless? Name one. You can't. Why did you say that? Clowns are awful. Everyone knows this. Yes, he's got you there. You know, despite this overwhelmingly plush decor in the rest of the house, there is a distinct lack of puppets in here. That's more my bros thing. Not that they aren't deliriously sick. Just a whole hospital ward full of the illest children you ever seen. Each one more up to pup than the last. Pup to pup? Yeah, pup. Like puppets. You're gonna be honest, it doesn't really seem like his heart's in it. How do you mean? Well, it's just that he doesn't really seem to be all into puppets. Feels a little performative. Well, I guess I got my own stuff I'm into. Like if I were to rank it 1 to 10, I'd say puppets are probably a solid 7. You got this kid on the ropes. Just one more push. In fact, you'd even go so far as to say the puppet thing sort of sucks. It is extremely weird. The cameras, the hiding things like an animal, it all seems a little, you know, whack. For a while, he just seems to look at you almost as if he's sizing you up. There is a long stretch where Dave doesn't break eye contact with you as he finishes his cute little juice and crumbles it up. He takes an ambitious shot at the trash can and misses by about 7.5 feet. Damn, I could have sworn I had game. You're throwing me off, mailman. Yes, that is correct. You are a faithful employee of the Postal Service. I mean, I definitely believe you, but let's say I didn't. Let's say I had a cool friend who, even though they're too cool to care about details like this, they were a little skeptical of the whole situation. Maybe they'd want some proof you were who you said you were, before they let you get any closer to their friends. Just throwing that hypothetical out there. What proof could he possibly need? Say the oath. What? The oath. The mail oath. Oh, look, the thing about that is, I mean, unless you aren't really a mailman. Behind his sunglasses, Dave's eyes shift ever so slightly to what you might describe in a less immediately harrowing situation as a moderately priced looking mall katana mounted to his wall. High school days. See, I didn't get into Homestuck until after I graduated high school. By like a couple of years. So a $40 katana? Yeah, probably. Behind his sun... oh yeah, I already just read that part. You realize that maybe now isn't the best time to come clean about your impeccable ruse. You can't believe you have managed to put yourself in mortal peril yet again. You wordlessly chuckle and shake your head. Oh, the situations you get yourself into. Haha. Dave, not privy to your private thoughts for once, looks on. Why, of course you can recite the mailman oath. You say with a confidence that is as misplaced as it is unfounded. You perk up. Now is your time to shine. Maybe it's the pop color, but you are feeling good about this one. You got this. You have lied to tons of kids. One more and it will be smooth sailing from here on out. You open your mouth and there is a brief moment where everything feels like it's going to be okay. You immediately start sobbing and crumple into a disgusting mess on the floor. Oh, fuck. Wow, okay. Jesus Christ. You're not mailman. Oh my god. Jesus, just... Okay. It's gonna be alright there, Dave squats down next to your deflated body and pats you a little awkwardly on what he assumes is your shoulder. You say you're sorry you tricked him. You just wanted to impress him because John said he was so cool. It's fine, I guess? Fuck, dude. Get a hold of yourself. He tries to get up, but you are desperately clinging to his shirt, confessing everything, confessing to made-up crimes you didn't even commit. Look, my guy, we all make mistakes. Please stop whatever this is. I'm pretty sure you are harmless. And I don't think you actually killed anyone with your ass, or was ever an accessory to burning down an alien mall, or whatever insane shit you just said. Yeah, you kinda got caught up in the moment and just started saying made-up shit. You ask Dave if he's mad at you. Nah, dude. Get up. Dave helps you back up onto your feet. You come clean in the only slightly more controlled and dignified way this time. You explain how there are these huge gaps in your memory and that you somehow ended up with these abilities that let you traverse space, time, and sometimes even reality itself. Dave doesn't say much for a change, and it doesn't seem like he's listening at first, but you think maybe he just has one of those faces. Let me get this straight. One day you just appeared in a suburb. No memories except that you have some mysterious teleportation power. You dig through some unsuspecting chump mail looking for clues. And through some ridiculous universal happenstance, you just so happen to stumble upon the most gullible fucking dork in the universe. Befriend him. Also, I'm there via text. Egbert gives you a list of friends to visit. Out of all of the choices available to you, myself included. And you go see Rose first? Rose fucking Lalonde? Even though we built up such a good rapport when I told Joy you weren't a real man? Called it, by the way. Your first instinct is to visit the most heavy-handed of all four of us, with some light kinship. A power move, I guess. Mailman out here wave dashing for friendship. Can't even spare a neutral for an old Strider, huh? Won't even back into a corner and spam your ranged attack for the D-Man. A tragedy in 2 acts. Both acts are titled Betrayal. You definitely understand what is being said and absolutely don't have to ask for friends what some cool video game words are. You are 100% not pulling the boldest how do you do fellow kids the world has ever seen. Besides, is that really the thing to be focusing on right now? You fucking wound me, Mailman, of course it is. Nothing is more important to me than this. They say that most humans only use 10% of their brain. That's because I'm using 90% of it to think. How dare you? So anyway, you can really go anywhere? Ha! Okay, that's pretty funny. That's nice, Lyoko. That's a good one. So anyway, you can really go anywhere? See anybody you want? Sounds nice. For all but a moment, the act drops and you see the corners of his mouth tighten a little. The fading afternoon light filters through his sunglasses at just enough of an angle to see his eyes shift ever so slightly towards the window. Nope. Let's back that up. These subtle movements would surely be lost on most if you weren't so focused on trying to read him, or even just slightly further away, you might have missed it yourself. There was almost a loneliness in his voice. It must be hard to live out here by yourself, so far away from the people who care about you. I mean, yeah, I can't blame you, it fits. It's possible that you have been so focused on trying to blindly make friends that you've forgotten that in front of you is a real living person. You can't help but wonder if there is something you can do. One second, just answering a message. There we go. Oh, we got some things coming in. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that redeem. No one's used it in ages. I wonder if I can even still do that with all the reading I've done today. Just give me a second. I summoned my own cat. Why is what so realistic? Wouldn't it be weird if a cat couldn't meow? Isn't that right, my real cat? Oh, you're not gonna meow for me now. I see. I'm gonna do all the meowing for the both of us. But you're still gonna try and eat my microphone, I see. No, you can't eat my microphone. And you can remove the claws from my chest. Ah. Yes, it heard me meowing, and now it's in my lap, trying to climb me. genius. River is the emotional support cat. Get you some head squitches.
Head squitches.
Oh, there you go. Four? What about 4? Oh, there we go. Stretch. Stretch now that the cat has decided to get down. Microphone lunch. You said you can take people with you, right? Like you can teleport John around? Would that work with anybody? This is it. The path to this kid's heart is clear as day. Fuck what you said just now. That friendship juice is so close you can practically fucking taste it. Why did they emphasize the word taste? That's so weird. You try not to look excited, affecting Dave's cool persona as you say, fuck yeah, you can take people with you. You scope out your fingernails, because for some reason that is what you do when you're acting cool. This works to the full extent it can, coming from someone who not but 7 minutes and 32 seconds earlier was rolling around on the floor, damp with their own tears. Did he have some place in mind? Yeah. I mean, I have some ideas I could bounce off you, I guess. How do you feel about... Shh. With a swift finger to his mouth, you cut him off. He doesn't seem to like that very much, but you still consider it a successful maneuver. There's no need for words between friends. You know just where he wants to go. Just think really hard about it. Think about where you want to be, Dave. Think about what is important to you. Think about what you really want. It will be more magical this way. Friendship is magic after all. You just made that up right now. Don't look it up. Damn, guess that's true. He closes his eyes and you put a hand on his shoulder. This is it. Ended it, huh? Oh, the forest. Putting your trust in the magic of friendship, you focus this power externally as much as you are able. Flashes of distant but somehow familiar imagery course through you. The quiet stillness of the suburbs, the smell of the forest, the heat of an apartment rooftop, the ocean breeze. Notice how the ocean breeze is not coming in clearly. You extend it outward as much as you are able. This is his rodeo. You are merely the vehicle. What the fuck? Oh, fuck yes. The two of you stand near a sign that says, "Please wait to be seated." A very cheery hostess has a brief exchange with Dave and ushers the two of you to an open table. Oh, hell fucking yes. There is no mistaking it. About to get my motherfucking breadstick on. This is absolutely an Olive Garden.
They're really doing this joke. They're really doing this. This is when you hear your family. Oh my god. Who wants that soup, salad, and breadsticks? Endless pasta, come on! Oh shit. Fuck yeah it is. When you hear your family, dog! While you're still new to this, you can't really seem to detect any irony in his voice. You thought for sure he'd want to go see his friends. You thought you had him figured out. First and last mistake, mailman. But you'll learn I'm a mystery. Got that history. Fucked with the plot of my flow so hot they leave you looking blistery. Factually ambiguous. My rhymes contiguous. At the OG with my homie where the breadsticks are continuous. You know what? Fuck it. You just let him go for a while. You don't even know if that last one rhymed, but fuck it if you aren't charmed by this little bastard. You lean back in your chair and just absorb it all, sitting in the worst restaurant imaginable with your new rapping teen friend while the other patrons do their best to ignore his incredible rhymes. After a short while, Dave abruptly stops freestyling and you open your eyes. Oh fuck, you know what time it is? No, your sprite does not have a watch drawn on it. It's breadstick 30, no watch necessary! Fuck me, I love breadsticks! Never talk about it. This is very real and hidden character trait that nobody knows about me. Well, that sounds like a very real and hidden character trait that nobody knew about him. And we are certainly not finding this out now because of a series of seemingly unrelated events that possibly changed the continuity of this universe, allowing these sorts of otherwise narratively unimportant traits to shine through. Wow, he is really going to town on those breadsticks. Maybe this is all friendship needs to be. Spending some quality FaceTime with a solid bro and just absolutely decimating some bottomless breadsticks at a bad chain Italian restaurant. You win by killing all the other members of the Battle Royale. Every so many minutes, if there's enough activity in chat, the bot will automatically activate a Battle Royale. A lot of people have to do theirs manually, but I set mine up to automate. That way, there's more things going on in chat, even if I forget. 'Cause, you know, why not? Maybe the real lesson here is friendship doesn't have to be a grand gesture or high adventure. Maybe the real friends
I understand you are having a moment, but I am absolutely going to eat your breadsticks if you don't stop talking about what friendship means to you. Haha, yeah, man, whatever you want. Get that bread, son! Guess we need to go and befriend the happiest girl in the world next. It's funny, it's the happiest girl in the world, but it's entitled The Loneliest Girl in the World. It's been days and your stomach still hasn't recovered from Olive Garden. But you can't spend forever moping around. There are friends to make, damn it. Well, just one left in this set. Her name is Jade Harley, and though all three of your new pals consider themselves good friends with her, they know strikingly little about her life. The most you have gleaned is that she lives on a mysterious island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean with her grandfather and some uncommon breed of dog. Their communication with her has been limited to internet messages, the packages sent to a P.O. box in some podunk town called Haunt Switch. John said he would message her to see if she could provide an address, but you don't want to wait. Throwing yourself headlong into friendship has always worked for you. So you close your eyes, think islandy thoughts, and hope it works. But something strange happens as you channel your powers. A loud bark echoes somewhere in the distance, and nuclear green energy sparks in the air around you. You catch a split-second glimpse of a massive green sun, and then you hit the ground on your hands and knees. The whole event can't have taken more than a second or two. Oh hey, it's Beck. You blink and focus your vision. You are inside a room. The floor is smooth and white, and disrupting the monotony in front of you are a set of similarly white paws attached to a lucis, an animal. You slowly stagger up and look him over. He is a very large and fluffy dog, his snout held up high. A long green tongue hangs from his open mouth as he pants lightly, and the air around him crackles with electricity, making the fur on his back stand on end. Something about him feels so familiar to you. Familiar twice over. His fuzzy and regal form reminds you of a warmth you once knew, but those neon sparks fill your stomach with dread. At the very least, he seems friendly. He leans in and drags his rough tongue along your cheek, leaving it tingling. His tail wags swiftly back and forth, and he keeps dozing at you. He seems fascinated. Aw.
Back! Down, boy!
It is this friendly demeanor of his that leaves you shocked when he moves aside and you find yourself staring down the barrel of a rifle. It is held aloft by a bespectacled young lady in a sensible skirt who really has no business pointing such a big fucking gun at you.
Okay, please, don't panic and don't make any sudden moves. I've never shot a living being before, and it would make me very sad if I had to start now.
Okay, so this is happening now. Is this Jade? She doesn't sound like Jade. Based on what John told you, she looks more like a Gigi. Anyway, or maybe a Lynn? Right, the gun! Don't get sidetracked. You slowly raise your hands and surrender and try to put on your most inoffensive expression. You tell her that if she started shooting living beings, you would be pretty sad too, so why doesn't she put the gun down and...
No way! I don't want to shoot you, but you are clearly a dangerous and unpredictable being, and I need to make sure I stay safe. My grandfather taught me a lot about gun safety and trigger discipline in case anything bad ever happened to me. So I know that good trigger discipline means keeping your finger on the trigger at all times in case you need to blow something to bits.
Oh fuck.
Now, let me make things clear to you. I am a very clever girl, and you won't be able to fool me as easily as you fooled the others. It's very obvious to me what you've been doing, and I knew you would eventually show up if I waited long enough. Sure enough, John messaged me not too long ago to let me know you wanted to visit, so I prepared myself for your arrival. You've come to interfere with our lives, and now I want to know why. So you'd better start talking, okay?
Okay, you say. What does she want to talk about? You're well versed on the variety of eclectic subjects, so you can go on about basically anything. Wrestling, postmodern art, controversial opinions on traditional jurisprudence. But you get the feeling that this is an interrogation, and you really have no idea what she's interrogating you over.
That's a very likely story. I can put two and two together pretty easily, you know. You've never shown up in any of my dreams before, and now none of those dreams are coming to pass. Not to mention that I don't even see Prospect when I go to sleep anymore. And that can only mean that you have derailed the forces of fate. You destroyed John's copy of Spurv, and somehow that changed everything. Not only could John not begin the game, none of us could, and none of the meteors hit like they were supposed to. It was like the universe changed its very fabric to bend to your evil whims.
Whoa, evil. That's a little harsh. You'll talk to stupid, but evil is way too much.
Don't play dumb with me. What else could motivate you to stop us from fulfilling our destiny as heroes?
Heroes? John and friends are very nice, but they don't exactly strike you as heroes.
That's because you don't know them like I know them. You haven't seen the shrines on Prospect or heard stories from the Queen and seen them in the clouds growing into brave and wonderful people. Now I'm beginning to suspect that those things will never come to pass. John's birthday came and passed without any fanfare except for him supposedly befriending a strange mailman. And that day, the internet was full of people complaining that their beta copies of Spurv weren't working, and there was a huge scandal with the company. A little while later, I found out that this mailman was talking with Rose and had magical powers. I know a thing or two about magical powers, or at least powers which seem to be magical to those who haven't studied their logical sources. But yours are totally different from anything I've seen. First, I thought you might be an advanced Dursite agent come to sabotage us. But you definitely aren't from Durs. Maybe a Prospecian double agent? I also considered the weird trolls who keep pestering me. But they've been weirdly quiet lately, and you don't really give me that vibe. And obviously you are not a human.
Whoa, hang on, you are a human, right?
She tilts her head and gives you a little, really? Kind of look, and your stomach twists into knots. The more I look at you, the more I start to think you're like... how do I explain this? Okay, do you know what a furry is?
Wow, okay! That question is more loaded than her gun, yes?
Alright, so a lot of artists I follow do your character here commissions, and you remind me of one of those.
Does that make sense? You have no idea what your character here is, you cautiously ask her. Stands for your character here. Basically, an artist will draw a pose or scenario, but instead of putting an actual character, they will leave a blank outline, like a mannequin. You pay them to put your own character there. And when I look at you, I feel like I'm looking at one of those blank spaces. My intuition doesn't tell me anything about you, and you've never shown up in my dreams. You're like my best friend Beck over here. A complete wild card, something I can't figure out. Which brings me back to my point. She had almost let her gun drop, and you had almost forgotten she was holding it. But she hefts it back up to point at you and steals her gaze. You are going to tell me why you came here and why you did what you did. And then you're going to help me fix it. That rifle is really starting to bother you. So, do you get that gun away from her? Or do you stay calm and explain yourself?
Any ideas here, chat? If anybody wants to give any input to this decision, let's give you a couple more minutes to do so. Oh, I drink some more water. My throat is dying from these voices. Calm, eh? Alright, pretty much everyone except John has called you on your bullshit thus far, so you might as well give her the full confession. You absolutely did change the course of reality, but it was the result of a genuine fuck-up, not ill intent. It's kind of a long story, but you relate it as best as you can. Your strange lack of memory, an encounter with a bizarre and magical artifact, the way you blundered into John's life and destroyed his mail as a result of your highly relatable social anxiety. The girl listens intently as you explain what brought you here, and then you offer an apology. You think that you have irreversibly altered the very fabric that threads her cosmos together. There's probably no way of putting things back like they were and letting this lady go on her golden dream quest or whatever she was blathering about while you were distracted by her very deadly gun.
Okay. You sound very sincere, and I'd like to believe you. So I'll take you at your word for now.
Whatever shenanigans you involved yourself in, I trust that you did not intend to cause problems. Let's put all this ugly business behind us. The girl holsters her rifle and you breathe a long sigh of relief.
I swear, every version of a Jade drawing, they make her hair longer.
Sorry about all that. I promise I only had the best intentions.
It's cool, you tell her. You get the distinct feeling you've dealt with much worse. Oh, I'm sure you have.
Yeah, I'd imagine a space hopper like you has been to all sorts of cool and dangerous places. Kinda jealous, really. But anyway, we never properly introduced ourselves. My name is Jade, and my dog's name is Beck Quarrel. What's yours?
Huh. You know, you think this is the first time you have ever been asked for your name. Ever. You almost forgot you had one. You tell Jade your name.
Huh. That's a very unique sounding name. I like it.
You tell Jade that you like her name too, and she beams at you.
Thank you. I'm so glad my grandpa gave me this name. It's so pretty and fairly unique. It's just very likable. Anyway, why don't I show you around and give you a tour of the house so we can get to know each other a little better?
Oh, that sounds great. You're an expert on taking tours of other people's houses, which makes sense since you don't exactly have your own house. Jade stares sadly at you.
I'm very sorry to hear that.
No, it's cool. You have magic now, so the trade-off is probably pretty fair.
Right. Well, this is of course my room. As you can see, I have a ton of pretty posters. This is my favorite. It was a gift from Dave, and I love it to pieces, even though it honestly pretty dumb looking. That's the point.
Most of the other posters also feature anthropomorphic fauna drawn with significantly more finesse. It all gives you a very furry vibe. Down by the Bay? Honestly, I don't even know if I know the song. I don't know many songs by their title. I know them more by their lyrics, and it vaguely sounds familiar. Yeah, see, it's the melons rotting part that doesn't ring a bell. But not in a bad way, you clarify. Her lips twitch in irritation, and it occurs to you that people are probably constantly either clowning on her for liking furry stuff, or reassuring her that they aren't about to clown on her for liking furry stuff.
actually dress up in suits or any of that nonsense. But I really love animals, and I think it is fun to imagine what it'd be like to be one. Which is why I own so many animal toys, like the Manthro chaps, who are very silly but dignified fellows who are part animal and part Victorian-era gentleser.
Jade gestures to a pile in the corner, heaped high with plushies and dolls of all sorts. Many of them look like man-animal abominations with curly mustaches, and other features bright and puffy squid-like creatures.
Oh, these are my squiddles! They are based off of a cartoon show. Rose says it's a bad show, but I don't believe her.
Jade fishes through the toy pile and retrieves a dark bluish-black toy.
This one is Inkabelle. She's my favorite. In one episode, she gets lost in the murky brine swallows, spends years completely alone, lost without any of her friends. But in the end, her friend Podlight tracks her down and saves her. It seems so bleak the first time I watched it that I literally cried, but I realized in the end that it was a very poignant tale.
Jade smiles wistfully down at the plushie in her hand. She glances from it to another one of the Squiddle dolls and her expression tightens. She squeezes the doll just a little too hard, causing a horrendous pitchy squeak.
I guess in retrospect that was pretty silly though. I mean, it was just a kid's show. Of course there was going to be a happy ending. That's how those always work, right?
Jade's still smiling as she tosses the doll onto her bed, but she puts so much force into the throw that it goes careening off the edge with a wheeze. You hear it plop onto the floor and magnetize itself to another Squiddle. Its voice box lets out a weak little... Jade stands up and brushes off her skirt. Her eyes fall to her bedspread, which features a striking cloud design. She sighs slowly and then assumes a bright smile once more.
Anyway, let's go explore the rest of the house, shall we? I've got so much to show you.
Jade hikes up her skirt and skitters down the spiral staircase 2 steps at a time. You're a little interested in the high-tech devices laying at the workbench in her bed and a glowing green crystal that you think is literally uranium. But Jade's already gone, so you tear your eyes away and follow. The landing below her room is small and cylindrical and features only a gray, closet-looking device and a platform on the floor.
My room is at the top of the tower, but this transportalizer will take us to the garden real quick and easy.
She hops on and disappears in a flash of green light. You're a little nonplussed, but you've seen weirder. You step onto the platform, hear a light click beneath your feet, and in an instant you're standing in a lush garden atrium. There are exotic plants as far as the eye can see, ranging from psychedelic floral arrangements to tropical fronds to fruits and vegetables. Tall windows blanket the walls and allow sunlight to stream in, and said windows are coated in a steamy mist. You feel like you just got clotheslined by a rainforest.
It's beautiful, right? Jade opens her arms and spins around, gesturing to her various gardening stations. You nod. It really is. Gardening is another one of my favorite hobbies. It's a great way to get your hands dirty and do some real work. And the end result is really vibrant and beautiful. Jade waves her rough and calloused hands at you, and then strokes her fingers along the fungus petals of an anemone and hums a little tune towards it. One of its leaves seemed to curl towards her touch. When Jade pulls away, she skips towards one of the windows and motions for you to follow her. It's a beautiful island vista that awaits your gaze. To your left is a towering mountain that might just be a volcano, and ahead of you is a small bay filled with giant lily pads and an old mossy temple. Beyond the island, the sea stretches out to a shimmering horizon. Past that boundary line, an entire world awaits, ever out of reach. This is my home. This entire island belongs to just me, Beck, and my grandpa. It's a very peaceful place. The greenery is so lovely, and the bay is very fun to take a dip in. There's some mysterious ruins down there, too. I've always been very curious about them, but Beck won't let me visit them. I guess he thinks they're too dangerous. Grandpa's been in there plenty of times before, though. Could her grandfather give her a supervised tour? Our grandpa doesn't really move much anymore. He spends all of his time having tea parties in the foyer. He's quite old then. You could say that.
Spoiler alert, Grandpa's dead. He's literally stuffed.
Jade wanders away from the window and towards another one, whose view is exclusively centered on the rolling blue. She pressed a hand against the misty pane and sighs. You know, Dave talks a lot about coming to visit me here. I mean, all of my friends do, but Dave especially. In his usual Davey way, of course, which means making lots of jokes and not sounding very serious about it.
Yeah, I'm itching to put down my safari hat and come traipsing down the doomed Death Archipelago to get my ass murdered by Infinidog the Eldritch Retriever.
Stuff like that. I know he really means it, though. He wants to see me, just like I want to see him. But it's just wishful thinking. He doesn't know where this island is. Even I don't know where it is. All deliveries here go through some company P.O. box my grandpa set up before he died, and it's not marked on any maps. Because this is a special island with all kinds of important secrets on it, I guess. Or it was special. I was special. But not anymore. Now I'm just a regular girl stuck alone on this dumb island for the rest of my stupid life. Whoa, you asked Jade if she's feeling alright. Yes, I'm totally fine. Just peachy, thanks for asking. Come on, let's keep up with the tour. There's no time for dilly-dallying. My grandpa's collection rooms are up next. The first one is full of his big game hunting trophies. I never shoot an innocent animal, and I think the trophies are pretty hideous. But I do have to admire his great work stuffing them, I guess. It is really hard to properly stuff and mount something. Trust me. And he has some cooler stuff on the lower floors, like all these badass knight statues. Are these, faded blue portraits of pretty ladies? Okay, I'm gonna be honest, most of Grandpa's collection stinks. But I think what is important is what it all represents to him.
It's been on all sorts of incredible, amazing adventures, and he has this huge array of interesting things to show for it. You tell Jade that her grandfather sounds like a hell of a guy. He sure is. Back when I was little, he used to go on trips all over the world and come back with so many interesting stories and new souvenirs. I was so awed, and I guess a little jealous too. Sometimes he would be gone for days or even weeks at a time, and it would just be me and Beck holding down the fort. I was always so happy when he came back, and I listened to his tales without making a single peep. But he never asked me if I wanted to come along for an adventure, no matter how obvious it was that I did. I guess that's just the way of life for adventuring folk. There's no time to be tied down, even by the people you love. They can stay at home and wait for you to come back. That's how it was for my grandpa, at least. What about you? You're an adventurer too. You've visited all my friends, and you've surely been to other awesome spots around the globe. So I bet you've left someone waiting for you too, haven't you? Frost floods your veins and nestles into your heart with a burning chill for reasons that you don't quite understand. Jade tilts her head and bores into you with wide, curious eyes. One of her hands is balled up into a fist, and both of them are trembling as she watches you. Jeez, you're going to have to coach another kid through parental issues, aren't you? You swallow down your sudden anxiety, force a smile, and remind Jade that you're suffering amnesia. Oh, right. Well, it's just this feeling I get, you know? I have great intuition. When she smiles, the corner of her mouth twitches. It's now or never. Would she like to talk? I said I'm fine. There's nothing to talk about. Unless you want to talk about, some of these flowers. Isn't this one such a lovely yellow? Surely there's nothing wrong with the good old feelings jam, right? Jade's an expressive, empathic girl. Feelings jam should be her thing. You think that, but she's still steadfastly ignoring you. Hey, how about this orange with a goofy face on it? Why don't we boggle at it for a while? Jade, something's wrong. You need to talk this out? That's what you do. You're a talker. So why don't you two... Oh my god, just shut up! Please, just shut your stupid fucking mouth! Of course something is wrong, and that something is you! There is a long pause. Jade stands there, her eyes wide, shocked at her own outburst. She wipes a tear from her cheek, there's a shaky gulp, and then sprints back up the stairs. Oof, that didn't work. You stand there for a while feeling like a tender AAA gray jackass steak with a baked douchebag potatoes on the side. Then you sigh and still yourself, and make the trek back up to her room. Jade is nowhere to be seen. Beck is pawing clumsily at a large, suspiciously jade-shaped lump beneath the covers of her bed. You clear your throat and ask her, softly, if she wants to talk. It's cool, you say. You listen to teen drama all the time, and this is some particularly choice drama. Not that you like the drama, you clarify. You just kind of exist in the periphery of it constantly. You are a drama magnet. What do you mean? Who's doing the Jade voice? I can't imagine what you're talking about. I mean, who else would it be? There's nobody else here. That's such a strange question to ask. The narrator no longer has any idea what the fuck is going on.
Ah,
There we go. Alright, moving on. There's a long pause, and you're about to turn and leave when she pulls the covers off and turns to you. Her eyes are all puffy and red.
hey,
Hey.
I'm sorry I yelled at you. It's not really your fault. I mean, it kinda is, but you didn't know what you were messing anything up. It's not fair for me to be pissed at you. It's just, none of this is fair at all.
Yeah, that sounds like life, alright. You sit down on the bed and tell her to vent about it. It's okay. You can take it.
Okay. Have you ever spent your whole life waiting for something to happen and then it didn't?
Well, your memory is pretty fuzzy right now, so you can't say that you have. But you think you understand a similar sense of yearning. Good God, have you yearned?
Yearning is a good word for it, yeah. Let me try and explain. When I went to sleep, I would see this beautiful golden kingdom called Prospect and hang out with the people there. I'd wake up with these fuzzy, half-remembered feelings of happiness and visions of the future swirling around in my head. It was nice. It was a good life. But there was this very lonely feeling that I couldn't make go away no matter what I did. I would always tell myself, soon, Jade, soon it'll all change. You'll get to travel to Prospect in your waking hours. You'll meet your friends in person. You'll finally begin to live, like really live. I waited days, months, years for the day to finally arrive, and then it never came. I was so sure that it would come on John's birthday. All of my dreams told me so. All the signs were there, but it just didn't happen. And now I don't know what to do with myself. I was able to ignore the lonely feeling because I knew that it would disappear one day. But now that day has slipped me by, and it's like all these years are catching up and crashing down on me all at once, and I feel so small and helpless and sad. Like the loneliest girl in the world. I don't want to put this all on you. That wouldn't be very nice, but it's just... It's not fair! Jade vaults from the bed and stamps her foot on the ground hard. Her face is flushed and streaked with tears and snot. She looks awful. Frankly, like someone who's been holding it all in for far too long. Beck gets up and starts licking at her cheeks, and she holds them off until she can wipe her face on her sleeve. Thanks, Beck. At least I've got you for a best friend, right? Jade settles back onto the bed, stroking Beck's fur softly. I had a lot of complicated feelings about all this, I guess.
So complicated and painful that I'd rather just pretend everything is okay. And now I can't pretend anymore, and these feelings are all that's left. And I hate feeling so glum. I hate sitting around being all sad and useless. It's stupid and pointless and a waste of my fucking energy, and it's not who I am, and I'm just dumping it all on you. I'm sorry. I really am.
Man, you just got completely fucked up. Wait, hang on. Man, you just completely fucked up this girl's life, and she's apologizing to you. Now you feel like the delicious 3-layered shithead tiramisu served after that nice meal of steak and potatoes you had earlier. You really want to help Jade.
Stretch.
And while you still don't quite get all of this magical moon stuff she's been talking about, you do get how it feels to be lonely. That's something you can help with. You offer her your hand. Want to go see the world? She sniffles and lightly shakes her head.
It's not going to work.
Well, there's no way to know that unless you give it a try, right? She nods, stands up, and takes your hand. You focus on a familiar destination, John's house, but as you begin to dematerialize, Beck turns to stare at you. And you hear that familiar barking sound in your ears, and when the flash of light subsides, you're standing here in Jade's room only a few feet from where you started. What? Beck has control issues.
See? I told you it wouldn't work. Come on, let me show you something. Jade hops up and shuffles down the staircase, and you follow. She takes you to the teleportation pad in the atrium. These transportalizers are all powered by thermal energy and use each other as beacons for the sake of easy short-range teleportation. But if you hook one of them up to a uranium converter and modify the coordinates specified on the logic board, you can theoretically go anywhere in the world. Which I tried. See? She twists the top of the pad with her fingertips and pulls it off. Shows you the wiring underneath. It looks messy, like someone has made multiple attempts to rewire the circuits. But when I used it, it only led to the exact same thing that happened just now. Beck used his powers to prevent me from leaving the island. Maybe I got the coordinates wrong and I would have ended up stuck underground or something if I checked and double-checked my measurements. I think Beck just doesn't want me to leave the island. He wants me to stay somewhere he can keep me safe at all times. Perhaps he heard his name from above, or perhaps he just has a sixth sense about it, because Beck wanders down the staircase and over to Jade. She gives him a soft stroke behind the ear. I love him very much, but as long as he's around, I'm stuck here. Because of the changes you made, that is how it will always be. I'm just going to have to get used to it, I guess. Jade deflates against one of her gardening tables and offers you a wan smile. I think that's supposed to say warm. For a split second, you could swear you see droopy dog ears and a tail tucked between her legs. Depression to this degree simply is not conducive to a friendship, and even if it was, you would still feel pretty shitty about it. You should do something to cheer her up. It's choice time again! Do we challenge Beck for superiority, or explore? You put your most finely honed smile of confidence and urge Jade to stand. This is no time to mope around. There is plenty of fun to be found without leaving this island. You suggest that perhaps with your help, you can give her opportunity to explore that temple she's always been curious about. Really? That would be super fun. But what about Beck? Oh, there's nothing to worry about there. You have a genius plan, you tell her. You tell her to just head on over to the temple and you'll take care of the rest. Okay, if you say so. But please don't do anything to hurt Beck, okay? I love him to bits. You wouldn't dream of it! Not on this route, at least. Jade transportalizes downward, and you turn your attention to Beck, who is idly sniffing one of Jade's plants. You advance on him slowly and with the intent. You know what must be done. Pet the dog. You just get right in there. You pet the hell out of this dog. You employ all your strongest pamper techs, like the quick scritch up, the main massage, and the rare Coddle Brand X Doge Smite. Somewhere in the distance, a bluebird observes your masterful display and chirps happily. But suddenly, Beck's head snaps up and he points his snout in the direction of the temple. Whoa, whoa, whoa there, buddy. Now's no time to be thinking about Jade. Now is Belly Scritch's time. You start rubbing Beck's stomach and he flops onto his back with his tail wagging and his feet curled up. Who's a good boy? Beck looks up at you and you see the cosmos reflected in his deep, piercing eyes. And you understand, he's a good boy and he knows it. After a while longer spent threading your fingers through his silky fur, Beck curls up beside you and yawns, starting to nod off. You kiss him on the forehead and then take the opportunity to slowly stand up and exit the room, letting the sleeping dog lie. You're a little worried about alerting Beck by using your powers. He seems to be pretty keyed into that kind of space-time manipulation. So you just take the long route to the temple. Jade's Island is a very beautiful place with rolling hills and lush sun-bathed plains. It looks like an excellent vacation destination, but it is also so bare. There is nothing and nobody around except for the hollow whispers of the wind. You can see how this place would feel much less like paradise after years spent stranded here. When you reach the lake surrounding the temple, you see that giant lily pads outside have arranged themselves into a walkway that you can use. I should say to reach it, not it reach it. How strange and convenient. You channel your inner frog and hop across. Hey! Up here! Jade calls down to you. She's at the temple entrance, far above your head, waving down at you. Twinkie, twinkie, twink, twinkie, 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 twink, twinkie, twink, yum, yum.
Grooves carved into the wall form a ladder that you can use to climb up the seat. That's another spelling mistake. I should say that, not that. And soon you are standing beside her at the entrance to the temple. A huge imposing archway marks the ingress between the sunny island and the dark interior of the ruin. From within you can see a faint yellow-green glow that seems to come from runes carved into the walls. Spooky. As you proceed through the entryway, Jade runs a hand alongside the glowing walls, her face bathed in the sickly green. At the end of the hallway is a large round platform decorated with cloudy designs and a glowing orb at the center. It doesn't pique your interior decorator, but Jade seems quite awed by the sight.
This is Skya. I knew this temple had to be connected to that world in some way. Jade rushes onto the platform and it begins to descend. You quickly follow her before you're left behind as the elevator takes you down to an expansive and dark room below. Something like that. Oh look, 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Much like the rest of the temple, the space seems very sparse, and it is illuminated by the faint glow of the runes on the walls. A large purple lotus flower rests atop a pedestal in front of the elevator, petals wilted. There is an electronic display built into the pedestal, with a timer that could feasibly count down for millions of years, but it seems to be glitched. Stuck a few hours away from zero, with the seconds digit constantly ratcheting back and forth between two numbers. Jade places a hand on the pedestal and sighs. The number is stuck. I think this is a time capsule, but it's malfunctioning for some reason.
It's because you broke the fucking time-space continuum.
Was I supposed to open it when the time was right? No, I'll never know. What else could this place be hiding from me? As if on cue, the elevator platform shudders and begins to rise behind you. As the platform ascends, it becomes clear that there is a pit beneath it, which is basically video game logic 101. Jade looks down into it, and you follow suit and see... transportalizers? There's two of them. One a deep purple, and the other a brilliant gold. Jade leaps down into the pit, which is a pretty brave maneuver because it's deep as hell and real life still has fall damage. She grunts and sinks to her knees from the impact, but quickly recovers and rushes over to the golden transportalizer. She examines it for a moment, and then clambers on with a soft click. The pressure plate is depressed, and the device surges to life. She disappears in a bright flash of light. Well shit, you'd better follow her. You hop down and step onto the transportalizer, and the same flash of light consumes your body. You feel something like wind whipping around you as your molecules are dematerialized and then reassembled in a new locale, a glimmering golden palace. Wow, this place is way too fucking bright. Someone needs to crank that saturation down pronto. I don't believe it. Jade is looking around with wide eyes that reflect your golden surroundings. This is it. This is Prospect, the planet I visit in my dreams. I didn't think it was possible to get here like this. What does it mean? Why am I allowed to be here right now? Should I go talk to the Queen? And with that, she's off, sprinting down the halls with a renewed sense of vigor. You scramble to keep up with her, threading your way through crowds of confused white-shelled folks in fancy outfits. They kind of remind you of yourself, but with chitinous bodies. You sidestep a lady carrying a paint can and shuffle down a lengthy golden staircase adorned with regal golden spikes, and you can only barely keep your eyes on Jade's long black hair as it swishes behind her. When you finally catch up, she's in the middle of an argument with two burly fellows in white suits. She stamps her foot at them, but they are, undeterred, blocking her passage further. Eventually, Jade wheels around to look at you, but she tries to soften her expression for your sake, but her face is still sour. Ah! These guards won't let me see the Queen! Apparently, she's really busy with something. They told me I'm not supposed to be here and that I have to leave right away. This is totally bull. I'm a princess. I swear some of these idiots can't even recognize me without the pretty golden dress. Guess I'm not getting any answers here either. Let's just get out of here. And she's off again. This time striding forward with her fists curled around her jaw set. Curled in her jaw set. You glance back at the guards whose furrowed brows strike you more as worried than ire, and then follow Jade back. You're almost to the exit when you see it. A dark figure silhouetted against sky is brilliant blue. They are humanoid in shape, with two leathery wings outstretched and inky black tendrils trailing behind. Crimson force crackles in their wake, and they swoop over the city like a bird of prey. Something about them gives you a major case of the heebie-jeebies. You do a nervous little half-jog back to the transportalizer and get the hell out of Dodge. The temple feels oppressively dark compared to the blinding light of Prospect. You spend a while blinking as your eyes readjust. The transportalizer you just used flares up red and then cracks. That's probably not a good sign, is it? You do what you do best, ignore it, and climb out of the pit. Jade is standing beside the Lotus contraption, running her hand along one of the pedals with her face set. What does all of it mean? Was this here all along? Has my grandpa been to Prospect before? If I can go there, then it must still exist. The game must still exist, but how? None of it makes any sense. I need to think about this. You follow Jade slowly back to her house as she mumbles to herself, brows furrowed. You can barely catch what she's saying, but she's clearly thinking hard. Clouds have never been wrong before. Is it too early? Was this meant to happen? Once you reach the atrium, Jade lets out a sharp breath and nods her head. Resolute, she turns to you. Alright, I think I understand. I know what's going on now. Great! You offer her your most winning smile. What's the sitch? Well, the truth is, I was always being very immature about the idea of being a hero and having a destiny. Life isn't like in kids' cartoons, after all. Heroism isn't all rainbows and sunshine, and it's childish to think that everyone gets a happy ending. That kind of storybook stuff doesn't really exist. To be a real hero, you have to be prepared to suffer horribly. It makes sense when you think about it. If everything came easy, there wouldn't actually be anything heroic about it. Why else would my grandpa have put me on this island? Why else would Beck want to keep me safe here even now that everything's changed? It's because it's my destiny. I have to prove that I'm willing to suffer and willing to sacrifice. That has to be it. This can't all have been for nothing, right? That's not the way the world works. Everything has a purpose, even if it's not clear at first. Seeing Prospect in the flesh reminded me of that. My purpose is to do what I've always done, what my grandpa and Beck have helped prepare me for. I know I'll be really lonely, but in the end it means that everything will continue to play out the way it was meant to. It's a very noble job, and I've got to be the one to do it. You're at a loss for words. This really doesn't feel like the right takeaway from all of this. But you don't know jack about Spurb or Destiny or any of that nonsense, so who are you to say otherwise? So thank you for helping me visit Prospect. I wouldn't have figured this all out if not for you, and I'm sure that meeting me is one step along the way towards your mysterious fate as well. I will be rooting for you. Jade erupts into a broad, beaming smile. It might be the first completely genuine smile you've seen from her this entire time, but that doesn't make you feel any better about it. In fact, It's more of a knife twisting in your gut, and when she throws her arms around you and hugs you tight, the knife pushes deeper into the bone. Well, you probably have more important stuff to do than keep hanging out with me. I'll let you get back to it. Jade turns around and heads for the staircase, leaving you to stare at her retreating form. Is this it? Will you accept the new destiny you've written for Jade and allow her to stay trapped here on the island? Third marker. Interesting. Jade is insane. I mean, a little bit, but aren't we all? Do we accept Jade's trapped? Or do we fight back? No exception? Some people might take this as a lesson in the responsible use of reality-altering powers. Some people might swear off manipulating canon entirely, but not you. What's the point of having sick-ass powers of all if you never use them? Maybe some god is going to punish you for the way you've been fucking with the universe, but right now you don't care. This girl would burn herself to ashes to keep her friends warm. The least you can do is risk a flame for her sake. You quickly sprint up the stairs. Oh, you're not leaving? Don't you have places to be? I'll be fine here alone, I promise. It's my duty. I'll get used to it eventually. You can't imagine she's okay with that, no matter what she says. Does she really want to stay alone for the rest of her life? Well, of course not. What I want to do is explore the world and hang out with all of my pals. But it's not about what I want. It's about doing what has to be done. That's what it has always been about for me. Well, that's bullshit! Huh? Maybe Jade's fate dictates that she never play the game she wanted to play. Maybe heroes don't get a happy ending, but that doesn't mean heroes can't be happy. There comes a time in every young woman's life, you tell Jade, where she can't leave home because her pet is an overprotective god. Okay, that's obviously not true, but there comes a time in many young women's lives where circumstances beyond their control leave them without an escape. Perhaps it is easier to believe that the escape will never come, but you can't let Jade do that. The island. Things have changed and maybe he doesn't realize it yet. He's kind of a silly dumb dog at times. But he loves me and I love him and we can work it out. Maybe it'll take a while, but I'll definitely figure things out. And while I wait, you'll come visit me sometimes, won't you? Of course you will. You are not in the habit of abandoning your friends. The idea is unthinkable. You promised Jade that you will come visit her. Come visit? Come visit! A light bulb goes off in your head. One of those cool LED bulbs. The kind that syncs up with your phone and changes colors and spies on you for the government. You ask Jade if she's ever had a slumber party. A slumber party? I've never had one. It sounds exciting, but, is it really a party if there's just two people and a dog? That sounds more like a mild slumber hangout. Don't worry about it, you tell her. Just start getting the place ready for a bash. Pull out the sleeping bags, conjure up some lightly irradiated snacks, and pump up the fresh jams, etc., etc. I don't know if we even have sleeping bags, but okay. I'll see what I can do. Maybe there's something useful in my grandpa's old supplies. You shoot her a confident salute and then dissolve into the ether of cannon. Alright, Egbert, up and at 'em, it's party time. John yelps and tumbles out of his chair, crashing to the ground in an undignified heap. It looks like he was in the middle of debugging some code on his computer when you interrupted him. He disentangles his limbs and stands up with a groan. Also, hi, Glitch. We're just doing some Homestuck stuff.
Okay, Magic Man. We need to get some things straight. Your powers are extremely cool, but using them like this is kinda lame. Jump scares rank very low on the prank scale. They don't take any effort. They're just sort of mean and annoying.
You apologize to Staring John, and you're just in a very excited mood right now because it's time for a mother-fucking slumber party! Oh, cool! I've never been to a slumber party before. Who's it with? You grin. Don't you already know who with, John? The American Association of Mailmen? You give him a blank stare. Oh, right, probably my other friends. The ones that should have been obvious. There you go, John. You tell him to pack whatever supplies he thinks he should bring, and then get ready for another whirlwind ride through space-time. I don't know. I should probably do the responsible thing and let my dad know I'm going on a trip, even if I will be back soon. Okay, that's fine, you tell him, but don't take too much time. The route's already getting pretty long. Cool, okay, what should I bring? Oh, I need to grab some movies, definitely. Dave will be there, right? I should bring some McConaughey movies so he realizes I was right all along about Matthew Steller's acting. Oh, and of course some snacks. This is a great time for me to unload all the excess birthday cakes my dad made me. Seriously, there are hundreds of them in the fridge. It is highly ridiculous. You wait patiently in John's room as he goes downstairs to fetch his bounty of cakes, talk to his dad, and do all of his other preparation. It takes forever, and you're not really sure what he's doing down there. You think he might be walking around examining all the objects in his home in great detail and solving a bunch of puzzles? Come on, John. That's not the right genre of game. Get your shit together. Okay, ready. Alright, step 2 is to go get Rose. You take John's hand and zap the two of you into Rose's mansion. John spends a while goggling at the giant statue of Zazarpan the Learned. Then you ascend the staircase towards Rose's room and knock on the door. Her voice comes from within, slightly muffled. You're home early. I've been hearing strange noises from the neighboring lab of late. Have you? Rose opens the door and freezes. John? Her eyes widen and she slowly steps backward, which John takes as an invitation to stride into her room. Her cheeks darken and she scans the room, eyes flickering from mess to mess. Ah, this version of the carnival song. Ah, you know some shit's about to go down. Surprise, Rose! We are here to steal you away like the owl who kidnaps Harry Potter. That's not... She sighs and turns to you. Care to explain the sudden intrusion? It is normally considered polite to call ahead, especially when one is possessed of reality-bending powers. Oh, don't be melodramatic. There's probably nothing too embarrassing in this room. John furrows his brows as he glances around the room, eyes sweeping over the walls. He eventually settles on some pictures that have been hung up. I mean, look at these great drawings. Did you, do those? That is so cool. I didn't know you drew stuff. Rose gives him a smile of a girl whose soul has just shriveled into a blackened husk.
Again, an explanation would be nice. You explain that you've come to collect Jade's friends for our slumber party. I see. The commercial and critical failure of Suburb must have impacted her more strongly than I anticipated. She was really looking forward to playing that game with us. Yeah, that's putting it lightly, probably. I would hate to disappoint her further. Consider this my RSVP. Rose gives you a curt nod, then turns to frown at John, who is poking around under her bed. Something tugs at the corner of her mouth. John. My mother is busy and will not be expected to return for a while. Why don't you and our strange friend go analyze her room instead? I need time to pack. Oh, okay, Rose. Whatever you say. Rose shoves you out of the room with more strength than you expected from a 13-year-old girl and shuts the door hard. Man, I hope Rose realizes that I was being serious when I said her drawings were good. We teach each other a lot, but she's really cool. John's speaking loudly enough that Rose can almost certainly hear him from the other side of the door. You think he knows that, but you don't say anything except to casually suggest that you and John go wait downstairs and admire all the ridiculous wizard art. He agrees. God, this house is so weird. Who needs a giant statue of a wizard? Where did they even get this? Oh, and speaking of weird, I don't want to bring this up with Rose in case it's just some funny story I'm not in on, but what's with all the writing on her? Ah, so they can see the writing, but not their own writing. That's interesting. That's very interesting. That's very interesting indeed. That means John can't see his either. Oh, I'm aware. But I'm just curious to see how it affects the timeline, too. Seeing as the timeline's broken. But John trails off as Rose descends the stairs with a neatly packed bag. Shall we? We shall, you say, with a hand on each of the shoulders. Will you close your eyes and concentrate on the Strider apartment? You're aiming for the hallway outside the front door, but this power is still taking some getting used to, so when you instead pop into existence right on top of Dave's bed. He's tapping away at something on his computer, and as soon as you appear, his entire body tenses up. You've barely had a moment to react before Dave wheels around in his chair and flings a handful of shurikens at you. One of them grazes Rose's cheek so closely, a strand of pale hair flutters to the ground. She turns to look at the weapon now embedded in the wall and runs a finger along the edge of the blade, squinting. Oh, Jesus shit. What the fuck, man? Surprise? Okay, rule number one of travel. Okay, rule number one of time travel or dimension hopping, don't fucking pull this kind of shit. I mean, seriously. Under any other circumstances, I'd be shitting my fucking nuts off for the opportunity to chill with my best bro. But dude, you can't just drop a guy's besties into the middle of his room out of nowhere like this. This is an extreme social faux pas. You just gotta get some guy. It's time to prepare. Don't be melodramatic, Dave. I assure you, this is nothing present in this room that could make us think lesser of you. If Rose was scarred by that near-death experience just now, she doesn't show it. She hops off the bed and glances around. If you left any pornography out, it will only serve to confirm the hypothesis I've already made. Dude, are these selfies?
What are you doing to duck face in this one? Oh man!
Oh, for fuck's sakes, John. You get a VIP all-access backstage pass, and the first thing you do is insult my stuff. Like some rowdy tool at the Nickelback concert, rummaging through their closets instead of doing the musical world a favor and assassinating them. Well, yeah. You would do the same, dude. Touché. But aside from you getting your grubby hands all over my pristine collection of cool swords, what the hell are you all doing here? Yes, Sawtooth and Square Wave.
We're having a slumber party. Are you in?
Oh. I don't know. Bro is basically always keeping tabs on me. Guy wants me to be safe, you know? Or rather, wants me to only be in the right kind of danger to teach me lessons about irony and being a dope-ass fucking ninja master. It's also pretty intense supervision is the point being made here. Was already getting some rank vibes from him after that little jaunt over to Olive Garden. Actually, the vibe's been off ever since John's B-Day, if I'm being honest. So I don't know how he'd feel about me gallivanting off to some magic snooze adventure with Slappy the time-traveling mailman. Seems like the kind of thing he'd take issue with. Ah, come on. It can't be that bad. What kind of guy wouldn't let his brother go hang out with his friends? Yeah, I guess. Be a pretty shitty kind of guy if he did that, wouldn't he? Dave stares off into the middle distance for a while. Rose observes him intently. Look, Dave, I don't think it would feel right if we all just did a big party and you weren't there. Jade would really miss you. As would we. Yeah. Dave glances furtively around the room as if he's expecting a camera to blink at him from up from one of the corners. Alright, I'm in. Just let me grab some subs. Supplies for sure. Hey mailman, what's Jade's hell dog like? Do I need to bring one of those cool ass swords? Cool. These swords are like $5 Chinatown swords, aren't they? What? No. Okay, listen. While Dave grabs his stuff and John heckles him affectionately, Rose's attention has been drawn back to the shuriken Dave threw at her. You stroll over and ask her what's up. She responds with her own question.
Have you been introduced to Dave's brother?
Not yet. You've heard a lot about him, though. For the sake of diplomacy, you only briefly touch on the opinion you formed.
He certainly seems like a fascinating man. The kind of individual whose brain I would love to pick apart, to find out just what twisted mechanisms fire off within its chambers.
So that's what she's thinking about. Dave's bro. Rose chews on her bottom lip.
Not exactly, but an adjacent topic. I'm mulling over the ethical quandaries presented by the existence of powers esoteric.
Oh, you can definitely get $5 swords, but they're out of plastic. I think that's the insult he's lodging here. What?
It's nothing to concern yourself with yet. We have a party to attend, apparently.
Right.
Dave is done packing up. You open both palms and suggest that everyone hold hands so you can best channel your powers.
Really? We're holding hands? God, this is so lame.
But he does it, and when he claps John and Rose's hands, he shifts around and blushes faintly in a manner that suggests he doesn't really think it's so lame. In fact, he may think it's the opposite of lame. He may think that it is rad. And he'd be right, Friendship is the raddest thing of all. You're full of warm and fuzzy friend feelings as you teleport back to Jade's atrium. Wait, no, that's just the feeling of your body being dissolved and reconstituting itself halfway across the ocean cannon. Or halfway across the cannon. There are very similar feelings. You head to the base of the staircase where you call out to Jade. Her guests have arrived, you tell her. Jade rushes down the stairs and nearly trips over her skirt. Her expression is tight and anxious, and when she sees your motley crew standing there, she freezes up. Her breath hitches in a half-sob. You really did bring them. They're here. You're all here. Jade breaks into a wide grin and sprints forward, launching herself like a missile at her friends. Dave throws himself bodily out of the way when Rose takes an alarmed step back, leaving John to bear the full brunt of her affections. She crashes into him and the two of them go spinning around and around as Jade laughs breathedly.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down there, Jade. It's nice to see you too.
Tears are beating in her eyes as she squeezes him tight and then pecks his cheek with a soft kiss. Oh, John, I'm so happy to see you in person. In waking person and everything. I've spent so much time watching you sleep.
What?
Jade swings around to look at her other two pals. Come on, you two, too. Get over here. We are having a 4 times hug combo right now. Rose and Dave cautiously step forward, and Jade, with John's help, yanks them both into the tight embrace. She switches them on the cheeks too. Rose's face lights up with a blush, and Dave nearly goes catatonic. When Jade pulls back, she's clutching John's hand and tugging so hard she might pull the damn thing off. Come on, everyone, let's go upstairs. I found a bunch of military-grade sleeping bags and Grandpa's old adventuring gear and set them up in my room. We can play with all my toys and jam out to some music and stay up all night chatting with each other. And oh my god, you're here, you're all here, this is really happening! Jade's next laugh verges on hysterical, and she's got tears streaked down her cheeks. Dave looks a little perturbed.
Wow. Holy shit. It's cool, Jade. No need to get so... like this. Kinda fucks me up seeing you cry. Not that I'm trying to make this all about me. I mean, Dave, you're doing a horrible job at comforting her. Jade, come here. I shall hold you in my arms.
Rose walks over to Jade, extends her thumbs, and swipes them down Jade's teary cheeks in a stiff, mechanical motion. Then she wraps her arms around Jade in an embrace that could generously be called a hug, but looks more like a precursor to a alien medical examination.
Oh yeah, Dave's cool persona is crumbling like a fucking cookie. John boggles at the display.
None of you whack jobs know how to do this. Oh my god. Come here, Jade. Aw, thank you, John. Now come on, everyone, let's go. And so the party begins. Tales told, movies watched, and fun had aplenty. So many shenanigans happened. So many. Perhaps someday you will recount them all in detail. But before you know it, the energy in the room has fled alongside the sunlight. The moon and stars cast their pale gaze upon 4 supine friends bundled up in sleeping bags and caught midway between slumber and wakefulness. Dave is rambling about some inane bullshit that nobody's paying attention to, and Rose is attempting quite terribly to lecture John and Jade on the modern reinterpretation of Lovecraft's books. You think it's about time you bowed out. It's not that you haven't enjoyed chumming it up with these kids, but you'd feel kind of weird sticking around overnight. You can come back later. Besides, you've got places to go and sights to see. There's an entire golden moon out there full of potential friends that you knew nothing about before today. The universe beckons and you are powerless to refuse. You give Beck a little nod, like, hey, take care of these kids. Beck doesn't nod back because he's a dog, but you like to think he understands. As you quietly slip down the staircase and out of sight, you spare one last glance at the group and find a sigh escaping your lips. Everything that's happened here feels almost too good to be true. Can it last? Can this brazen wish fulfillment go unpunished? You find that hard to imagine. There is something fate-touched about these kids. You can feel it in your bones. As surely as the wind whispers through the trees or the stars dance through space, as surely as the turning clocks will call the sunlight back again, these kids will never be free of the bullshit that hounds them. But right here, right now, they are at peace. They have shared this one perfect moment together, and perhaps in the future, there will come more betwixt the chaos. And maybe that's enough. John having his nails painted. Dave drawing furry selfies. Yeah, that's one sexy tiger, right? His tail is in the ass. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Sadly, this is where I'm going to have to wrap it up for tonight because people are going to have to sleep soon, and I can't just keep doing all these voices. And I want to kind of keep doing that. Plus, I need to kind of preserve my voice if I want to do this again next time. Though that question mark there is haunting me. Oh, I'm not going to go to sleep personally anytime soon. But we're definitely going to pay it forward. Yeah, the cryptid is special. There seems to be a few special ones. I have a feeling that, you're going to have to get all the special ones to get the real ending. Now let's see who's still alive. We got 3 options here. I got no idea what the hell's going on with Moth Sora. We got our ninja friend continuing the rest of their 12-hour birthday donathon. And we've got someone... Actually, I don't know that they're continuing on, so we're just going to send it over to the ninja. We got a Discord. You can drop a follow if you want to see more of this in the future. Socials down below. And as always, the raid message around here is a nice big yeah. Because that's what we do around here. We give them yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't even have to break out my scythe today. Or steal any children's souls. Ah, it's nice to have a day off sometimes. And we're going to go ahead and raid on into the Donathon. Because, you know what? More people need to find out about Riker. They are currently doing some... What is this? Super Mario Galaxy? God. Dude's changing games like every 30 minutes. So, it's a bit hectic over there. You get to see this madness. What voice says otherwise? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean my nya 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 nya.
Oh, I definitely do. Thanks for noticing. A lot of people don't notice that. Well, the raid has started. So if there's anything that we need to do, like if you need to follow or anything like that, now is the time. Because once it raids, it's going to take you off page to the next one. Stick around for the raid if you want some channel points. You always get bonus channel points for raiding with the raids. And, yeah. That's about all there is. I'm definitely going to want to continue this at some point. I haven't been able to keep a steady schedule, though I'm trying to get a little bit better with that. You copied the link to here? Are you like me where you're at max follows already? Because I know I am. Seriously, Twitter and Twitch need to raise their follow counts. It's ridiculous that you can only follow so few people. Yeah, see, every couple of weeks I go through and I like cull any people that are like no longer streaming or play a little bit too much Valorant and LOL, because that's just sad to watch. Anyway, I'll see y'all next time, and don't forget to give them a nice big yeah. You'll see me there, because I'm also their mod.